2024.
With Kelly Kears.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Up towards the line, it's Ah-Thing Mo who wins for the United States, and Keely Hodgkinson at the age of 19 wins silver for Britain. What an incredible performance.
The women's 800 metres final is live at 8:45 this evening. We'll also bring you Noah Lyles in the men's 200 metres heats, as well as a trio of Brits in the women's 200 metres semi-finals. And we will, of course, be back at the Velodrome to see if Great Britain can claim their first cycling medal of the Games. Elsewhere today, there was a silver and bronze for Team GB in the kayak cross.
Can Joe get through the last upstream gate? Yes, he's across the line with a silver medal and he's happy with it. She's got herself another bronze by the look of it at the moment. Kim Woods in the kayak cross. That is magic.
Earlier, it was bronze for Britain in a dramatic triathlon mixed team relay. And Rebecca Andrade beat Simone Biles to gold in the floor final. Every Team GB medal live here on 5 Live. You can follow everything on the BBC Sport website and app, or watch the best of the action on BBC One and iPlayer.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Kelly Kears.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Hello, welcome back to 5 Live Olympics here on day 10 of the Games. I'm at the Stade de France for another blockbuster night of action in the athletics. Keely Hodgkinson is going for gold in the 800 metres final. From now till about 7:20 or there and thereabouts, we'll be flip-flopping between here and the Velodrome. Already today, the world record has been beaten 4 times, a couple of those by Great Britain. Looks like it's a very fast track. They are in fantastic form. We'll be back for the conclusion of the women's team sprint finals. The finalists of the men's Olympic football will be confirmed by this evening. At 8 o'clock, France face Egypt. We'll bring you second half commentary of that tonight, but we're currently into the second half of Morocco against Spain. Here's Conor McNamara.
And it's very nicely poised at 1-1. Morocco, who took the lead 10 minutes before half-time from the penalty spot. Spain have been able to equalise with Barcelona's Fermin Lopez, who played for the Spain senior squad at the Euros in Germany, but really wanted to be part of this this Olympic squad too, and he has fired an excellent equaliser. Morocco have just come close to taking the lead again. Ilias Achamak, who plays in Spain with Villarreal, was narrowly wide. Great atmosphere with so much support from Morocco, and France play Egypt later on in the other semi, but Spain won, Morocco won for now.
Thank you very much for that, Conor. Here at the Athletics, we have got Keely Hodgkinson to look forward to, as well as the fastest man on the planet, the newly crowned Noah Lyles, aiming to do the double when he races in the 200 metres heats. Catherine Merry, Alison Kirbishley are here in the stadium, and we are all, I think, still reeling from last night's 100 metres final. There's been so much coverage of that today, Catherine. Many people, including Michael Johnson, are saying that could be the greatest 100 metres final of all time.
And statistically, it was. The first 7 athletes went under 9.90 seconds. There was 0.12 of a second separating all of them. Let me just put it simply for our listeners. That's just over 1/10 of a second, folks, across the whole field. The depth of that men's 100 last night was outstanding. Noah Lyles 9.79, the same as Kashane Thompson, the Jamaican, in second, separated by 5/1000ths of a second. This is why athletes work so hard every day, Kelly, and make sure no stone is left unturned, because it's the difference, 1/10 of a second, between winning and coming last in an Olympic final. It was an amazing race, an amazing spectacle, and fair play to Noah Lyles, who was last at 30 metres but still pulled it out the bag.
It's only down to improved technology that we're even able to tell that there was a winner in that men's 100 metres final. It was so close. And as Catherine said, it was the pace of it, and it was also the competition. It was the fact that it was anyone's right the way to the line.
And I think it also shows you in less than 10 seconds how much can happen in one race. And as you said, the technology now that we have to analyse it afterwards has just been spellbinding. You know, social media just went awash with those amazing graphics of speed and kind of following the athletes, and you know, and everyone's seeing what we all saw with the naked eye, that Noah Lyles never hit the front until his final stride, and even he you know, the man who's so brash and says, of course I'm going to win, I'm running. As soon as I run, I win. Even he wasn't sure whether he'd won. And the fact that in the press conference afterwards, he went up to Kashane Thompson. Oh, he was asked in the press conference, what did he say to Kashane Thompson when he went straight up to him? And he said, I think you've got it, big dog. And
is that a direct quote?
That's a direct quote from Noah Lyles. And, you know,
it would be better if you were just paraphrasing.
I didn't do the American accent. I'm not going to try. And I just think, you know, that just shows you. And Kashane said he didn't know because they weren't in adjacent lanes. It was. We all came away. I mean, I had to try and get an early night because I had the triathlon this morning, and I was just laid
to commentate on.
Yeah, Great Britain drafted me in. You just couldn't switch off. I think everybody who left the stadium last night was witness to the greatest 100 metres. And how we ever thought we would say that with no Usain Bolt, you know, and I think that was the first American to win in 20 years. And you're telling me that he doesn't want to do it again in 4 years in LA?
So Alison and Catherine are here inside the stadium, and also joining us for the evening, Commonwealth bronze medalist Andrew Pozzi. Andrew, thank you so much. It's been a fantastic Olympics so far. We're only a couple of days into the athletics, but that men's 100 metres final last night was just incredible. What did you make of it?
Hi Kelly, thank you so much for having me. I was speechless. That final is up there as one of the greatest in history. In my lifetime, certainly while I've been a fan, I can only think of Beijing 2008, Usain Bolt slapping his chest in a new world record, and the 2015 World Championships where he just outdipped Justin Gatlin. But that race from start to finish, every single person performed, and that's so rare in these finals.
As unique as Usain Bolt was, and as incredible a talent as he was, do you think that without him, the element of competition has improved because it is so wide open?
Absolutely. You need these trailblazers as well. And I think, you know, once somebody shows you the standard that is achievable, everyone else wants to come up to that level. I think we're certainly seeing a more competitive era now, but when you look back during Bolt's time, a lot of the times were equally as impressive from all the other guys. They were just obviously a little bit behind him.
Good evening, Andrew. I'm going to ask you, are you in a Noah Lyles camp or are you not? Because he seems to polarise, Andrew, so many people. Some people think he's too over the top, he's too loud, he's too brash, but then others think, no, this is what the sport needs. It's great that he won last night and is now the Olympic 100-metre champion. Where are you sitting on him as an athlete that's just recently retired from the sport?
I think that's a great statement you've made there, and even before the race I could see all over Twitter people were describing it as a hate watch for the ages, waiting to see him fail. I think he's fantastic. I think anyone who's willing to put themselves out there and then go and back it up deserves absolute respect. And all the other athletes in that final are benefiting from, you know, all the eyes that he's putting on the race, but he's the only one shouldering the pressure. So I think from the moment I saw him fly out to his introduction, I just thought, you know, this is his moment, and he's created that.
You've been in major championship finals. You won the world indoor title on, you know, your home UK track in Birmingham back in 2018. How would you have dealt with an athlete that was like Usain Bolt right next to you at one of the most important times in your career?
I think the only thing you can do is stay in your own lane, and I think that's what a few of the other athletes in that final had difficulty with, because of his entrance, because of the amount of confidence he showed even when he'd lost the semi-final to Oblique Seville. He really dominated that moment, and I think it's maybe unfair to say, but I wonder if some of the other athletes, certainly we saw Oblique in the lane next to him, who I thought had a great chance at winning, not perform quite as well as the semi-final, and you just wonder whether someone like Noah and his antics, if you like, pulled them out of their own race. So for me, I think the only thing you can do is focus on your own job and hope that nobody else does theirs better.
And it is, as you say, all about those marginal gains. It's just about every single way that you can to try and take advantage of the situation. We are keeping an eye as well this evening, Catherine, on the men's pole vault. Mondo Duplantis is looking to defend his Olympic title. It's early stages, but how's he looking?
Mondo Duplantis always looks cool. Do you know what I mean? If you look in the dictionary under a definition of a cool pole vaulter, you're seeing Mondo Duplantis.
No words, just a picture.
How often do you Google that?
You know what? I don't think it'll be long in the world that we live in that Mondo probably will go into the dictionary or the definition of the greatest pole vaulter of all time. Mondo Duplantis is here to win the Olympic title again. He is such a big favourite. He has to clearly be one of the biggest favourites in track and field every time he picks up any one of his poles. He's the world record holder. He's gone over 6 metres and 24 this season, and he's sitting back in the exact same seat to our left in our commentary position here in Paris that he sat in when he qualified for this final. And he's lying down, he's got his hands behind his head, because when you're as good as Mondo Duplantis, you don't really have to vault very much. And he has entered the competition already as expected. He's getting a feel for the runway, even though obviously he qualified on it, and he's popped over 5 metres and 70, and I think I saw 2 jet planes fly underneath him when he went over the bar.
There was room between the bar and him for the jet plane to fly.
With a capital R. Andy, you've been on the circuit, you've been on a track when this guy's been vaulting. What's it like when you are so close to seeing a man literally being really, really close to flying? It must be phenomenal to watch really up close.
It's simply breathtaking, and it's unimaginable, really. I think, a lot of the events in track and field, not just the pole vault, you have to see it with your own eyes to believe it. And I think none represent that more than Mondo jumping in the pole vault. He's an incredibly competitive person in every walk of life. As you said, he's so cool, but when it's time to compete, he takes on a completely different form. And I think the longevity of his performances and the level that he constantly pushes is just miraculous.
It's so hard, isn't it, Andy, to explain to just the layman how difficult the pole vault is, because he makes it look so easy. I mean, any pole vaulter that is at this level are making pole vault look easy, but you were in a technical. I can't get used to saying that, Andy.
Ouch.
Oh.
We're all
technical event.
We're all still getting used to Andrew retiring.
I know. And high hurdles, just like pole vault, you guys at the highest level make it look so easy, but it can go so wrong. And yet we haven't seen Mondo go wrong very often.
No, I mean, he's almost faultless, and that is what blows my mind. And, actually, I think the pole vault and the high hurdles are very, very similar as events. There's loads of different variables that you have to account for. It's so difficult to be that consistent. And to be honest, I think that's why we saw a number of people, both in the decathlon pole vault, in the qualification for the pole vault, and also the qualification for the hurdles, struggle a little bit, because that first round, everyone's trying to be a little bit careful. But once you start changing, those variables, the technique changes entirely.
Well, Andrew, we saw that with the women's qualifying today with Molly Caudry and Holly Bradshaw. And I know Holly is a friend of yours. You must be so upset for her.
It's gutting, I think I'm only just appreciating now, being on the outside of the sport, just how tough it is, how tough it is. And all of these athletes, and we mentioned it with the men's 100-meter final, the margins are so tiny. And in an event like pole vault and also the high hurdles, a small change, a small technical problem yields a massive difference in the performance. And I think that's what we see. These athletes are so capable of winning medals and achieving at the highest level, but one slight thing is off, the performance can change dramatically. And it's tough to see, because, as we all know, these Olympics only come around once every 4 years.
Alison, what did you think
about Holly? It was so the fact that she actually brought herself out here actually was credit to her, because she's been through such a torrid time of injuries and ups and downs of, you get to that point in your career, and Andy will be the same. I had it where you're spending more time on the physio bed than you are in the training track or in the gym, and every time you speak to anybody in the media, they want to know how the injury is or when are you retiring, and it's the worst ever, because you're doing something that you love and you just do not want to relinquish it. You don't want to give it up, and you speak to people that have retired and they tell you, keep going, because it's no fun when you retire, and you do want to, and you do want to keep going for that dream. And Holly, more than anyone, has been so articulate about the highs and lows of Olympics in particular. and about mentally having to cope with the highs. And when she finally got that medal, that hope, that kind of dive of depression almost afterwards, the Olympic depression, is a real thing. You know, Keely Hodgkinson talked about it. At the age of 19, she won an Olympic silver medal. And then what do? You know, I saw Beth Potter getting interviewed today, having won her second bronze medal of these champs, and then saying, but people are then asking me, what am I doing next? And she's like, hang on, let me enjoy this moment. And it's hard, because you don't often get the pleasure of walking away from our sport healthy and on your terms.
Well, we'll come back to this, because I want to ask you about Molly Caudry as well, and we will, of course, be back for the conclusion of the men's 200 metres heats as well. But we're going to head now to the velodrome, because Team GB are setting up for the gold medal race in the women's team sprint. Over to you, Tony.
Kelly, yeah, thanks very much indeed. I'm smack bang in the centre of this velodrome. There are loads of British fans. There's 5,000 people here, you know, possibly more, possibly half of them are British, judging by the number of Union flags that are dotted around. We've got the match of the bronze race to come, and then Team GB go for the sprint gold medal. It's day one of track cycling. There is one gold medal available today, and Team GB are in pole position. Watching for us, Victoria Pendleton and Alistair Bruce Ball. Guys, the bronze medal, I'm the countdown expert, 50 seconds and till it goes. Yeah. I'll give you a twat to earn, shall I?
Can I just use 40 seconds of that, Tony, to ask Victoria what it's like being a British rider at this moment in time, knowing you're on track in about 5 minutes' time. So what are you doing right now?
Basically, they'll just be rolling their legs over, staying warm, doing the final prep, making sure you've got chalk on your hands, your helmet's on, that the number couldn't be any more smooth and flat. No wrinkles in that skin suit, and then just
make yourself as aerodynamic.
Make sure that everything is as perfect as it can be, and then just try and take a few deep breaths and take it all in.
Margins are so fine that the details have to be spot on. That is going to be Great Britain against New Zealand. Katie Marchant, Sophie Catewell and Emma Finucane trying to do something that no British women's team sprint has ever done since the event came into the Olympic Games at London 2012, and that is win the gold medal. But first up, it's the bronze medal ride. That is about to get started. This is Germany against the Netherlands. Pauline Grabosch, Emma Hinze, Leah Friedrich for Germany in front of us on the home straight. Kira Lamberink, Hetty van der Wouw and Steffi van der Piet in the bright orange over on the far side of the track. Germany did have a world record for a few seconds or so in the first round. That was taken from them by New Zealand, and Great Britain greedily grabbed it back, and that is why we are looking forward to Great Britain against New Zealand in the gold medal ride, which is coming shortly. But first, for bronze, countdown is on its way. Hush falls inside the velodrome. There's the beep. German riders in front of us, still like statues. They're going to stand now. And driving forward from the front for them is Pauline Grabosch, and the other two riders immediately try to get on her back wheel. This should be a good competitive race, Victoria.
It should be very, very tight indeed in terms of time. Both teams look like they had excellent starts. Their starters forged off into that first half lap.
Right, first riders are going to drift away. That's Grabosch and Lamberink. Onto the second riders taking it on, and Germany almost half a second out in front.
A really good start from Germany there. They launched out the starting blocks, coming round now there for the final lap.
Right, there goes the bell. Germany, I think, in control. 0.3 of a second or so for Germany, and this is Leah Friedrich hammering it down the back straight. Looking good for Germany to take the bronze medal. She's into the home straight now. Friedrich heading for the line, across the line, and Germany take the bronze. 45.400, slightly slower than they rode when they set that world record, but a medal in the bag for Germany. That's the bronze. The Netherlands finished fourth, and next up on track, Victoria, the gold medal ride, Great Britain against New Zealand.
The girls are just putting their helmets on down in the pit there, trying to sit and relax for the last few seconds.
We talked about this at the start. Can you set out for us how important this race could be for women's track cycling, bearing in mind what's happened over recent years?
Well, you know, the women's sprint squad in general has been right down the list in terms of producing consistent performances, and they were kind of a little bit not cast aside but a bit disregarded because they hadn't managed to deliver as consistently as the women's endurance, the men's endurance and the men's sprint. Now, I feel like the tables have turned, and actually it was Carly McCulloch who came along from Australia. She's a 4-time world champion in team sprint, and she said it gave the girls a lot of confidence, and I think they needed that. And she had a different approach, and she focused on like the well-being of the riders and the performance. And the girls have really spoke wonders about what she has done.
Victoria, just before the riders come on track, you analysed the splits, what each rider did for Great Britain and New Zealand in the last round. It's quite interesting, isn't it? Because you're going to tell our listeners not to panic.
Don't panic
if Great Britain are behind after the first 250 metres.
Yeah, we know that New Zealand have a really corking first lap, and actually if we rode against them in the previous heat, if they rode to the same schedule, they would be down slightly in the first heat, and then the second rider, Sophie Capewell, absolutely stole it back. And then Emma Finucane held on and took a little bit more. So don't be alarmed if the first lap is a little bit down. We've got the power to bring it back.
That is the voice of Victoria Pendleton, former Olympic champion on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. She has done this. She has sat in these seats, ridden in these races and won these medals. And this is a big, big moment for Great Britain's women. Katie Marchant will take it out from the front. Her bike is gently being placed in that bright red metal start gate at the moment, and Great Britain will start right in front of us. We have a close-up view of the team. Sophie Capewell will then go second. Katie Marchant will drift up the bank and disappear. Sophie Capewell will continue with Finucane on her back wheel, and it'll be up to Emma Finucane against Aless Andrews to try and bring it home for Great Britain. And now the riders, Victoria, just slowly, with the coaches, Jason Kenny is there,
and Jonathan
just slowly roll to the start line. What was your last thought before a big race like this? Can you remember? Do you want to remember?
Just complete commitment. All I kept saying in my head was commit 100%, full commitment. It's the only thing I could do, is just cling on to a word and try and remain calm.
Sweaty palms, fast beating hearts. Great Britain's team right in front of us. Their eyes, the eyes of the riders, are hidden behind the big mirror shades. Dark blue uniforms with the red trim. The big moment is coming, and over on the far side of the track, New Zealand looking sleek and fast and intimidating in the all-black uniform. This is going to be very, very close.
This is going to be, we're talking hundredths of a second close.
Don't say that, Victoria.
Hundredths. So yeah, it's going to be quicker than you could possibly blink.
Get ready, everyone.
I got to take a deep breath.
For some high-octane action in the velodrome. Gold medal ride, Great Britain against New Zealand, is about to get underway. Katie Marchant, Sophie Capewell, Emma Finucane, can they do it? They stand in the pedals, they lean back and they thunder forward, and Katie Marchant, listen to the roar, biggest roar we've had in the velodrome so far tonight. Marchant is out quickly for Great Britain,
Katie.
And Capewell and Finucane get onto that back wheel.
Yep, they actually, it's a really good start. It looks like a really strong start from Katie.
Great Britain slightly behind at the first split, so Katie Marchant drifts off. Now Capewell in front, and Great Britain still just behind.
Absolutely, but we know Sophie has got a tremendous second lap, so she will bring some of that time back.
Right, this is heading to the bell. Great Britain against New Zealand for the gold medal. Where are we on the split? Great Britain in front. Emma Finucane, she is a blur of blue on a bike, fizzing down the back straight in the velodrome. Can she bring it home into that final bend? Now into the home straight. Emma Finucane is going to get there and take the gold medal for Great Britain in a new world record. They've smashed it again. How about that? What a way to start the week in the velodrome. That is a groundbreaking ride from Katie Marchant, from Sophie Capewell and from Emma Finucane, because Great Britain have never won gold in that event before. Sensational performance, and the riders gather together on the back straight and they celebrate with the British fans. And as Victoria Pendleton knows, what will happen to them very soon is they will stand on top of a podium in the velodrome, and they will have one of those lovely, heavy, shiny, precious, glittering gold medals hung around their necks. Victoria.
Absolutely fantastic. It was such a beautiful performance. It was powerful, it was confident, they knew it was going to be tight, but to then break the world record, and they haven't just broken it today, they've smashed it. 45.186, that is incredible. they've shaved half a second off the world record, pretty much.
Off their own world record.
Yeah.
I'm shaking, Victoria. I'm genuinely shaking.
Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic.
Tony, we are so used to seeing great British riders win gold medals in the velodrome, but don't forget, this women's team sprint team weren't even at the last two Olympics, and now tonight, and look at them celebrating with family and friends, grabbing Union Jacks. They're going to start the lap of honour. They deserve every little bit of that. Tonight they are going to stand on the top of the podium as Olympic champions. That is a sensational performance.
It's wonderful to see. They're going over to if you're at the top of the home straight, and it's like a politician's rally. The children are being handed to them. They're kissing babies. It's lovely to see them reunited with their families, who obviously just won't be able to believe what they've seen. I've got goosebumps, Ali. You've seen enough. Well, you've seen more sport than me, but I'm throbbing here. It's superb.
The other thing I'm going to say, and this is what I love about commentating on the Olympics with Victoria Pendleton, Emma Finucane's got about 100 metres to go, and you could hear Victoria just a little yelp because she knows she's won it, and Victoria calls these races so early, and that's the experience of having. You knew. I mean, it's tight, Victoria, but you knew, didn't you?
I could see it was they were going to win. I am so happy for them. I can feel quite emotional. They did so well. They did so, and you know what? It's finally put to bed. It's put to bed the fact that the women's sprint side of the cycling programme is weakest, because they have totally put that to bed. There is Union Jack flags all around the velodrome here.
Tony. So the three riders, that is Katie Marchant, Sophie Capewell and Emma Finucane, are about to dismount from their bikes, but that side of the velodrome opposite to us absolutely packed with British fans. And I'll tell you what is also really exciting, Tony. Emma Finucane is 21 years old, right? This is her first Olympics. She will go in the women's individual sprint, and she will go in the women's keirin, and she will have a chance of winning gold in both of those. She's not a banker in either, but she will have a chance. This could be the start of something very, very special this week for her. But it's not just about her. That is about those three women. That was an incredible performance. Look, you're going to get me going. I'm welling up. What is going on, Victoria?
I know. What a great start. Oh my goodness. What a great start to the track programme.
Vic giving the smelling salts. The team now have just had a big hug, and they're posing for photographs with the Union flag behind them. That's the image you'll see in all the papers, or a lot of the papers tomorrow, depending on what Keely Hodgkin does later on in the 800 metres. It's great as well, Vic, because you'll know this. You've been bigging up the backroom team. About 50 metres or so from me here, right in the middle, when they won, they were all giving each other a big group hug and lifting each other up in the air. Yeah. They were celebrating as well, as you would imagine.
100%. Now, people think, it's sometimes an individual sport. Obviously, this is a team event, but very much. I had like 13 people who worked to help me, from nutritionists, you've got your mechanics, you've got your physios, you've got your coaches, you've got so many people helping to produce that performance, and it means a lot to them to see you succeed too, and it's wonderful to be able to share it together and share the success.
Yeah, and the girls are now on the track, and I think it's brilliant because they're facing perhaps some family members in there as well with that Union flag.
Yeah.
Lovely. Just on the subject of Emma Finucane, Vic, are we on the brink of a world superstar here? How good can she be?
She's so young and so successful. She seems very level-headed, very calm and confident. And the first time I saw her race, I really felt like she had almost like a sixth sense when it came to racing. It came so naturally to her. Some of us have to work really hard to get to grips with that, myself included. I'm not a natural sprint racer, but she seemed to have such an awareness about where the other riders were on the track, and really dominated. And as for a young rider, that's quite hard to do when there's big names and successful athletes all around you, to really stake your claim and go, this is how I'm going to dictate the race. I love that confidence about her. Yeah, I think she's going to be a huge star.
Tony, we can see, you can't see the pictures that we can see on our monitor. Sophie Capewell has gone. She is so emotional. They all are, but she is in floods of tears. I don't think they can quite believe what they've achieved. And I think as well, Tony, and Victoria's already referenced this, we spoke to Katie Marchant. I spoke to Katie Marchant, sat down with her a few months ago. We spoke to this team, and they've taken some stick, for not getting there and for not qualifying. This must be so satisfying and so rewarding, firstly for them, but I think also to show others and say, look what we can do.
Yeah. It took 11 years, but they've got there.
Well, look, they'll definitely be there in a moment, because the podium is about 50 feet from me and they're going to be on top of it, which is going to be fantastic. It is like, with all the flags, guys, it's like the last night of the proms in here.
Oh, I
there
know.
are Union flags everywhere. So, look, we've got a great medal ceremony to come here. Gold for women in the team sprint. Kelly, I could say beat that. You probably will later on when you have the 800 metres, but that was a magical moment. And I know you're coming back to us later for that medal ceremony.
We are coming back, and if you think you're emotional now, having watched Great Britain's women take that gold medal, just wait until they start playing the national anthem. We will bring that to you on 5 Live. First, though, we're going to check in with the news headlines with Nick Hatfield.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good evening. Sir Keir Starmer is promising to ramp up the criminal justice system to deliver swift sanctions to people who've taken part in riots across England and Northern Ireland. So far, almost 400 people have been arrested in connection with the violent disorder, which began after false information circulated online about the fatal stabbing of 3 girls in Southport a week ago. Our political correspondent Ben Wright has more details.
After chairing a meeting of the government's Emergency Response Committee, COBRA, this morning, the Prime Minister said that there would be a standing army, that's what he called it, of police officers specially trained, ready to help tackle these rioters. And he said the criminal justice system was ready to charge and sentence people as quickly as possible.
The former Chief Inspector of Constabulary, Sir Tom Windsor, praised the work of officers who are tackling the disorder, but has concerns about everyday policing and how it will be affected.
It will suffer because it's a distraction, and the backfilling is going to be very difficult to do. When these officers are deployed in dealing with riots, then they're not investigating burglaries or violence or all the other things that police have to do.
Elsewhere, and the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, has resigned and fled the country after weeks of violent protests during which hundreds of people have died. She'd been in power for more than 15 years. Thousands of protesters stormed her official residence, with some looting furniture from the building. The US stock markets have recovered slightly after falling sharply on the opening of trading following concerns about the American economy. Asian and European markets also dropped. The head of the UK's largest education union is calling on its members to accept the government's pay offer to teachers of 5.5%. The General Secretary of the National Education Union, Daniel Kebede, called the deal a significant first step. The union will ballot its members on the offer next month. And the comedian Chris McCausland will become the first of a blind contestant on Strictly Come Dancing. The BBC has begun to announce the celebrities who'll appear on the upcoming series.
Escape with a good book on BBC Sounds, like Yellowface by Rebecca F. Kwong.
I play up our connection. My grief over her death becomes a cornerstone of my origin story.
Enlightenment by Sarah Perry.
Thomas examined the image of a stone woman stuck on the verges of the lake. I suppose she's in the water now. What is she holding?
And Giovanni's Room by James Baldwin.
Do you have a mistress? I asked him. I don't seem to be very interested in women right now.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Kelly Cates.
From BBC Radio 5 Live.
We're at the Stade de France. The men's 200 metres heats are underway at the moment, and later on we will see Noah Lyles, the newly crowned fastest man in the world, in action in the heats. At around about 8:45, the women's 800 metres final featuring Keely Hodgkinson, who has an excellent chance of a gold medal. In the football at the moment, Spain are the current holders in the men's Euros, the women's World Cup, the men's Nations League, the women's Nations League, the under-19 men's Euros, the under-19 women's Euros. Now the men are going for gold. Are they in the final, Conor McNamara?
They certainly are. They've come from behind to beat Morocco by 2-1 in Marseille. Sofiane Rami had put the Moroccans into the lead with a penalty in the first half, but Fermin Lopez of Barcelona made it 1-1. Juan Luis Sanchez of Sevilla came off the bench to put the Spanish team in front with about 5 minutes of normal time remaining. Prompted great scenes, pitch invasion from their subs and backroom staff. Absolutely stunned the majority Moroccan crowd in Marseille, and the Moroccans didn't give up. Abdi Azouli clipped the top of the bar with a powerful shot. We had 7 minutes of stoppage time when the Moroccan keeper was coming up for corners, but in the end Spain held on. Morocco 1, Spain 2. Spain will play either Thierry Henry's France or Mo El-Neni's Egypt in the final. Those two play the second semi-final in 45 minutes' time.
Conor, thank you very much for that. So Conor McNamara will keep us up to date with the first half, and then the second half commentary on 5 Live of France against Egypt with Conor and with Julien Laurent. Here inside the Stade de France, we are in the middle of the men's 200 metres heats, and we'll round that up for you when Noah Lyles gets underway in the last of those heats. The men's pole vault is also continuing. Catherine Merry, what can you tell us about the progress of Mondo Duplantis?
Well, so far, Mondo has left his usual seat a couple of times. He's walked round and shook his legs out, looking very thoughtful around the 80,000 here in the Stade de France. And then he decides to pick up his pole, and he has popped over the height of 5 metres and 70, as previously mentioned. He's now decided to pass the next height in this men's pole vault final, which is 5 metres and 80. So I expect him to come back into the competition shortly. And currently there are 5 men in this Olympic pole vault final that have gone over the height of 5 metres and 80. The bottom line is, and we've already said it here on our 5 Live with our coverage, Mondo doesn't vault very much because he doesn't need to. And if he decides in many of his competitions to go for world record vaults, he usually, not always, but usually nails it first time. So he'll get a few more in the bank. He probably only vault 2 or 3 times before he wins the gold, and then we'll see what happens. But at the moment, it's progressing nicely. We're kind of early stages from his point of view, but we're moving along shortly to the height of 5 metres and 85.
Thank you very much for now, Catherine. Catherine Merry is here and Alison Kirbishley is here. We're also joined by Andrew Pozzi, and we're bringing everything that happens in the Stade de France to you here on 5 Live. We don't want to miss the medal ceremony at the Velodrome, though. Here's Tony Livesey.
Yes, Kelly, thank you very much. Indeed, we're moments away from the medal ceremony here. The podium's waiting, they're just adjusting the backdrop. There are 20 or 30 photographers all lined up, the TV crews are waiting. And that's because, by the way, if you've just beamed down from the moon, the women's team sprinters have won gold here in world record time tonight. There's been 1 gold medal available on day 1 of the track cycling, and Team GB have taken it. The vast majority of the crowd here, it seems to me, are British. They've just been dancing Victoria Pendleton and Alistair Bruce Ball, thanks to my popular music app, that I found out they've just been dancing to Freed from Desire.
Oh, come on, Tony, you knew that one.
I should have asked you, Ali. They'll have some George Formby for you in a short while, don't worry about that. There's a definite party mood in the arena, and guys, we talked about goosebumps. This is my first medal ceremony in the flesh. We're about to hear the national anthem. I can't wait.
I can't wait for you too.
No.
What's it like? Go on, Rich. I mean, you've done it. You've stood on the top of a podium.
I can't even, like...
Oh, you're going to...
Literally.
Oh, sorry.
Is it everything you ever dream of?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's basically your dream coming true in that one moment.
Vic,
sorry.
we were talking the other day, and you said you've been at some medal ceremonies on the top when all the crowd had gone because you were away from home and there were no fans. There's loads of Brits here. They're going to get a massive reception, aren't they, these girls?
Yeah, they are. I mean, it's they're definitely going to hang around. They're not going to rush to get out of the car park quick. They want to see this in full and enjoy every second of it.
The other thing, Tony, with that ride, and Victoria made the point as well, they have smashed their own world record in the final, but they've just improved round after round after round. And the whole idea of the Olympics, isn't it, to find your very best form in the race that matters most, Victoria, and that is exactly what they did.
They have 100%, and I am just so delighted for them, and I'm so excited about what the next few days are going to look like. I mean, coming on the first day, there you go, gold medal. What can everyone else do now?
Well, our excitement levels are high. Imagine what the girls are like. Let's hear them speaking to Jill Douglas.
You came here for a gold medal, and you absolutely nailed it with 3 world records on the way, Katie. How good does that feel?
I literally have no words, phenomenal, literally incredible.
And Emma, listen, you brought it home in some style. What was going through your minds as you were watching these world records tumble with every round?
Honestly, we've been working really hard on this, and you probably heard it many times, but the processes for us are really, really key, and we nailed that final, and I believed in us before we went up that we could do it, but to actually execute lap 1, lap 2 and lap 3 pretty much perfectly, and then to cross the line first, I was like, no way, no way. And it's just a dream come true. I've dreamed this since I was 10 years old, and to have these two by my side, it's been unreal.
And the emotion comes flooding out at moments like this, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. The support, the journey to get here for everyone has been up and down. I've had my own personal battles. I wish my dad was up in the stands watching it.
He was.
But I know he's super proud of me, and it's just been, didn't feel like real all day. We did every ride and it was like, faster again, we're top of the timesheets. But yeah, like Emma said, we stuck to our processes and...
Now listen, go and collect those gold medals. Got to go and get them. You did it all right, you did it. Well done.
Thank you.
There they are, the victorious women's team, Emma Finucane, Sophie Kate, Katie Marchant, speaking to Jill Douglas a few moments ago on the telly. We're still waiting for them to come out. They're building up the suspense here in the velodrome. Vic, listening to that interview, I'm surmising it was Sophie there talking about her dad, because I was reading about that earlier. Her dad, Nigel, was a track cyclist in the Paralympics and he died, sadly. And she was saying, I wish he was here. I know he isn't, but he'll be with me. And I've given myself goosebumps reading that out. Blimey.
No, he will be. She has done him so proud, and I'm sure he is watching down on her. Bless her.
Yeah, what are these moments like, Vic, while you're waiting for it to get that medal out, give it a polish and put it around my neck? What are they doing?
I know. They're just getting themselves organised and sorted behind so that they're ready to capture this moment perfectly. We don't want any of you don't want to get the right TV and cameras and pictures, because these are going to last a lifetime.
They've won the gold on the first night of competition and they'll be competing again. How much can you actually enjoy it? Because you've got to allow yourself to enjoy the moment, haven't you?
Do you know what? That's the one thing I regret most about the way I went about my career, is I didn't stop and enjoy the success as much as I should have. So I always say to people, enjoy it. But obviously in the back of their mind, they're not going to go out celebrating tonight, because they've got to come back and deliver again this week. So you have to kind of put it on hold for a little bit and then make a point of really celebrating in a time when you can. Yeah, so got to keep those.
And Tony, the other thing I would say, and you actually made the point, is that is just the very best way for Great Britain as a team to start the Olympics. Yeah. We've seen the men's team pursuiters qualify second fastest today, so they will ride against Denmark tomorrow to try and get into the Olympic final. And the men's team sprinters second fastest in qualification as well. I mean, that performance at the end gives the whole team a boost. I think it bodes well.
It does bode well. I've been very confident about it from the beginning. This team will always deliver and really focus on the Olympics. And the track cycling team, they've got Jason Kenny there helping and supporting them. A wealth of knowledge. Chris Hoy is a mentor to the team as well. So, it's definitely an experienced team there, and people that can really help support them through these successes, because it's you have to manage the success in some ways as well, because it is a lot to take on board, and it is an emotional roller coaster out there. And you've just got to keep delivering the performances.
I tell you what, no Olympic ceremony, a medal ceremony, is not improved by playing The Clash.
I know.
The soundtrack is now bespoke. We've got London Calling by The Clash as we still wait for the medalists to emerge. The crowd are hanging on. We can't wait. So we've got loads to look forward to on the track, guys. Vic, we talked earlier on. You said you're glad you're out of this, but you can't switch the taps off, can you? Those emotions. It's been interesting listening to you tonight.
I'm sorry.
No, it's good.
I really wanted to see those women do well and really sort of stake a claim on the team and say, look, we went there first out, delivered. What can anyone say about that? They can't, the days of them being the kind of the poorer cousin to the other events are over.
Yeah, and I think also, Tony, they're all at very different stages of their careers, aren't they? We've talked about Emma Finucane at 21, with the world at her feet. Katie Marchant, though, 31, third Olympics, has suffered a fair bit of disappointment along the way. Not all of it, bronze in the individual sprint in Rio and made the final in that in Tokyo. But as I say, I remember speaking to her a few months ago, and the determination came across loud and clear. And then when you deliver on that, when you've got to, on the day you've got to, that must be an enormously satisfying feeling, and one you never want to let go.
No. It'd be tough getting to sleep tonight. I can tell you that from experience.
In a good way. What do you do with your medals at night, Vic, when you get home? I mean, the cliche is that they're on the pillow. What did you do with yours?
I think it was on the bedside table, just in case I woke up in the middle of the night and thought, was that real? Or did it actually happen? You could just reach across and go, no, it did actually happen, because it is a dream come true.
It is. Listen, the Olympic ceremony will get underway. It has to. Blimey. Very shortly indeed. Kelly, they may well be playing both albums from London Calling by The Clash before they come up the steps. We'll go back to you and then come back to us.
Well, I tell you what, it wouldn't be the worst way to spend the week, but This is even better because we are here in the Stade de France, and as soon as that medal ceremony gets underway, we will go back to the Velodrome. You won't miss it, we promise. We're in the middle of the men's 200 metres heats. We've got the women's 800 metres final to come at 8:47, featuring an excellent gold medal opportunity for Keely Hodgkinson. One of the things that I did want to pick up on, though, was the conversation we were having earlier about the women's pole vault qualifying. Now, we told you earlier, Holly Bradshaw and Molly Caudry both missed out on that. Alison Kirbishley and Catherine Merry are here. We've also got Andrew Pozzi with us. Catherine, just to start off with, just outline for us what happened with Molly Caudry.
So Molly Caudry had pole vault qualifying this morning. 2 pools, 30 athletes, basically just spread over 2 runways. The opening height in the qualification was 4 metres and 20. To put it into perspective, Molly Caudry is the world indoor champion, like Andy Pozzi. She's also arrived here as the world leader with a best vault of 4 metres and 92, 4 centimetres higher than anybody else in the world. This is Molly's first Olympics. She's had a meteoric rise this year, and she decided not to come into the 420 height and then pass the next height of 440 and opened at 455. She's the only athlete to open that late into the competition, and unfortunately had 3 failures and therefore doesn't progress to the final. But then the very unique situation that we've got the men's pole vault final going on. Mondo Duplantis hasn't vaulted again, but we have 20 women that were taken forward to the women's pole vault final, which is unprecedented because that would take 4 hours unless they do the starting height a little bit later. And it was for athletes, including those that went over a first attempt at 440. So she's absolutely devastated. She will take a lot from this. I hope nobody piles on and gives her grief for the learning process. But at the end of the day, the world leader did not qualify for the British team.
We can go back to the Velodrome, the medal ceremony about to get underway.
Yeah, they're out. All 3 teams are out. The flags are prepared. Just as a personal thrill to me, the flags are about 6 feet away from me. This is going to be absolutely amazing. ABB, Vic, take us through it.
Yeah, in the track centre on the bright purple carpet. The bronze medalists are announced first of all, and that is the German team of Pauline Grabosch, Emma Hinze and Leah Friedrich. And I can see the British team, Katie Marchant, Sophie Capewell, Emma Finucane, waiting for their moment, applauding their fellow competitors, but laughing and joking and giggling and smiling and waiting for something that is going to be really, really special. Because after all the hard work and the brilliant racing, you get that moment. You stand on top of the podium and the medals hung around your neck, Victoria.
Yeah, they probably don't believe it's real.
Yeah.
They're just trying to contain their excitement right now.
Well, there's Union flags everywhere still adorning the 2 tiers of this velodrome, certainly on the opposite side of it to us. The New Zealanders will be next to receive their medals. At the moment, the 3 German riders are receiving those, their maps.
Aren't they? Posters, like foil poster maps?
Yeah, there's like
gold leaf posters.
Gold leaf posters.
That's right, Tony. Tony's within about 20 metres here of a podium at the Olympics, and we're about to see a British team get the gold medals. So the applause for the German team.
They emotionally embrace as a group hug.
Group hug.
We love that.
Now New Zealand, this is Rebecca Petsch, Sian Fulton, Les Andrews. Their reaction, Victoria, I thought was quite telling after the race. Obviously disappointed not to get the gold. That's a fabulous silver for them, and actually their celebrations, maybe a minute or so after the race, told you everything.
Yeah, I don't think they were really expecting to be riding in the gold medal ride-off for this race, so they were delighted with silver. I don't think going into this competition they would have pitched as strong medal contenders, so they were absolutely delighted. They delivered a formidable performance.
Yeah, they're getting cheered by all around the velodrome. The 3 New Zealanders just turn on the podium and wave to some of the fans behind them. Again, the cardboard boxes with the gold leaf scrolls are handed out to the 3, and now comes the moment for Katie Marchant, Sophie Capewell and Emma Finucane. who have won the gold medal in the women's team sprint in the Velodrome on the first day of competition here in Paris. The first time the British women's team has ever won this event. Here we go.
And Olympic champions representing Great Britain.
Oh, it feels like we're at home almost.
Listen to that. Huge roars inside the Velodrome and enormous smiles from Katie, from Sophie and from Emma. Sophie Capewell gets her gold medal first. Just adjusts it perfectly over the top of the white Great Britain hooded tracksuit. Emma Finucane, she will want more than just one, but that is the first, and that is very precious. And Katie Marchant has a gold medal hung around her neck. I think tears might be on the way from all corners in the Velodrome in a second. And again, Victor, I can see them looking at the medals and just checking they're real. And incredible scenes, fantastic scenes, great performance.
And it's something you know stays with you forever. You'll always be an Olympic champion.
Yes.
Oh, look at them. They're going to put their arms
arm in arm.
Arm in arm together.
Arm in arm. And arms aloft
Smiling.
on the outside. Oh, what a massive group hug. Huge smiles again. And it is time for the national anthem. God Save the King.
Gentlemen, if you can, please stand for the anthem of Great Britain.
Wow, well, talk about those three never forgetting that. I don't think I will. That was an amazing moment. They've turned round with their backs to the media to look at the crowd, swarming with Union flags, and they had to point out to each other where the Union flag was as it went up. They didn't know where in the arena it was going up. So over here near me. Right, well, what a night we've had in the Velodrome. It's only the first, by the way. There'll be loads more to come. Right, we'll de-stress here and ramp up the stress in the Stade de France, Kelly Cates.
Thank you very much. Hope you're all mopping up those tears. We are ready to go in the Stade de France, and it is the sixth and final heat of the men's 200 metres, featuring the fastest man in the world, Noah Lyles, with Alison Kirbishley and Catherine Merry.
They've made him wait patiently, but then again, the new 100 metres Olympic champion Noah Lyles might not have minded the fact that he is in the sixth and final heat of this men's 200 metres. So far, two athletes have gone under the 20-second barrier, his teammates Arian Knighton and Kenny Benarek. But he's back and he lines up in lane number 6 on his quest for his second gold medal here in Paris. He wants 3. He wants to do the 4x1 relay as well. And he's standing on the far side of the track, and Mondo Duplantis is making him wait. First attempt at 5 metres and 85 for the world record holder. And of course, he clears it by a huge margin. And now, the 6th heat of the men's 200 metres. I think Noah Lyles had just glanced to his left there out of lane number 6. It would not surprise me if he gave a little thumbs up there to Mondo Allison as he landed on the big mat.
I think he'll be quite chill tonight. He'll be like, no, you can have it tonight. It's your final. It's only the first round of the 200.
Exactly. He's the fastest man in the world this year with a clocking of 19.53 seconds. He goes in lane number 6. Andre de Grasse is in this one. Outside him in lane number 7, the defending Olympic 200-metre champion. Went out, though, in the semi-finals here, the Canadian, in the 100 metres. A reminder, the first 3 directly go to the semi-final on Wednesday, and then the final is on Thursday evening. Arifra Israel goes in 2. Reyes of Switzerland goes in 3. Azawa of Japan in 4. Level of Jamaica goes in 5. Noah Lyles, the new 100 metres Olympic champion, goes in 6th. He is the third fastest man of all time at this, his preferred distance. Andre de Grasse, the Canadian, carried the flag at the opening ceremony here, goes in 7, and Yang of Chinese Taipei goes in lane 8. Just like, though, the men's 100 metres Olympic final last night, Alison, we have a delay before a sprint race. I can tell you the delay last night in that men's 100 metre final was due to the fact that all the lights had not quite come back up and the photo finish had to be recalibrated to make sure it was working. And good job it was, as it was 5,000th of a second.
I was just about to say it was definitely needed, so thanks to the delay for that. But yeah, and the guys got asked about that in the press conference. There was talk of somebody trying to run onto the track, and that was dismissed. And somebody threw that at the guys, and Noah was like, "Was that what the delay was?" We certainly never saw anyone. But yeah, I think whoever the director is here in the stadium, they just want to see more of Noah Lyles, don't they? That's why they're delaying. And the roar you can hear in the background, he's just been introduced as the new Olympic sprint 100 metre champion. And he stands there, jumps up and down, looks very relaxed, and looks ready for this.
Yeah, the Jamaican, Brian Level, a 20-year-old, 19.97 seconds this season. The Jamaican champion over this distance. Got big shoes to fill if you're a Jamaican up-and-coming sprinter. And he starts in lane number 5. Noah Lyles, still the same neatly plaited hair. Looks like he's got about 10 pearls going down each side of his head, and looks like he's had his nails done as well when we looked at him in the warm-up area, Alison, with his little red, white and blue, a few stars and stripes on them.
Yeah, do you remember there used to be a nail place in the Olympic Village? Do you reckon that's what he's done today? Rocked up to the nail place, that's for his nails done.
Whatever he's done since he won the Olympic 100 metre title last night, he is now starting all over again to try and get the 200 metre crown. Heat number 6 of the men's 200 metres. They are being brought to their blocks, and now they've been told to stand back up. Men's pole vault, Karelis of Greece. The bar's still at 5 metres and 85, and just Mondo Duplantis, the only athlete over at that height. And normally what happens is, if field events are going on, track events are normally held. And I'm just interested to see here, Alison, whether they're going to let the Greek athlete attempt 5 metres and 85 to join Mondo Duplantis, or are they going to let the race go?
Yeah, I think they're going to let the race go. The clock hasn't started at all for the Greek pole vaulter, so he just stands at the end of the runway.
Yeah, 2 officials have just left the track with a coloured card, probably telling somebody to move a bit quicker into the blocks, please. Here we go then, heat number 6, the final heat of the men's 200 metres. 2 Americans already through under 20 seconds. The USA would like to make it 3 with the new 100 metres Olympic champion going in lane number 6. Well, they waited patiently. Niles not out the quickest, Noah Lyles. Level of Jamaica in the lane inside of him has pulled back the stagger. Andre de Grasse, the defending champion, moving nicely for Canada in 7. It is the top 3. Noah Lyles turns on the afterburners and is comfortably looking to his left, looking to his right. Noah Lyles will automatically qualify. Azawu of Japan looks like he was in 2nd, and Andre de Grasse, the Canadian defending champion, potentially the 3rd and final spot. 20.19 seconds, easy as you like.
Yeah, I mean, he really did need the little boost as he got into the home straight. He kind of looked a little bit sluggish for him round the bend, but he absolutely knew that he had that next gear to move into, and 20.19 looking very, very comfortable. The photo for that second, and actually the Japanese just got edged by the defending champion of Canada, Andre de Grasse. That's 3 Americans comfortably through into the semi-final, which is Wednesday evening. And could they be thinking of a clean sweep? I mean, Tobago looked really impressive for me in the earlier heat 3, 20.10. But Kenny, Kung Fu Kenny as we know him, Kenny Benarek, looked really, really good. Fastest qualifier by far, 1996 already.
So with us, Andrew, I was really interested to see how Noah Lyles reacted to that victory last night, because it's something that he's wanted for so long, that he's talked about, that's kind of driven him, and it was always going to be interesting to see what happened next. Doesn't look like there's any concerns at all.
No, I thought he looked absolutely fantastic there, and it can't be understated or rather overstated, how emotionally draining last night would have been, even for somebody who's used to winning like Noah Lyles. That's the accomplishment of a lifetime for him. You know, that's been his life's work almost. So to wake up this morning and have to go again definitely would have been tough. I can't imagine he got too much sleep. And of course, in these heats, it's tricky because it's a live competition for other people in that race. This is their final. You know, they're desperately trying to get a spot in that semi-final, so they're going to make him work all the way to the line. And I think he probably worked a little bit more than he would have liked, but when you've got his season's best coming in at 19.5 seconds, he's got that capacity.
Andy, you've won a world title. Give our listeners a little bit of an insight into what you actually have to do after you've won that medal. What's the routine you go through? I was telling our listeners about the kind of snaking mix zone when you leave the track and you decide to talk or not, and if you've won you always talk and never shut up. But then what do you have to do after that in terms of how late would Noah Lyles have got to bed last night?
Kath, that's a great question, because in reality he probably wouldn't have been back to the village before about 3 a.m. So as you said, there's that snaking mix zone, and of course every single country of the world's media that's represented will want to speak with him as the winner. He goes through that. There'll then be a press conference for all of the athletes. Again, I imagine that was incredibly well attended. He could very likely, and I'm sure he would have had an anti-doping test, a drugs test immediately afterwards. You know, with his adrenaline and everything else, that often takes a fair bit of time. It doesn't mean that he's immediately ready to give his sample. And then, of course, he's got to travel back to the village. He's got to eat. He's potentially got an ice bath. He's potentially got to do his kind of recovery strategy with his physio and his team. And then, of course, by the time his head does hit the pillow, you know, his heart rate's still going to be going 100 miles an hour. So, you know, where these guys are a little bit luckier that their heats are in the evening session as we're seeing now. I know with the women, they were on their 200-meter heats were first thing the next morning. Incredibly tough turnaround.
It has been an incredibly tough turnaround, but he was ready for it. Noah Lyles through to the semi-finals of the men's 200 metres. Later on this evening, around about 8:45, Keely Hodgkinson goes for gold in the women's 800 metres final. You do not want to miss it. It's been 20 years since Olympic icon Kelly Holmes claimed a sensational double gold in the 800 and 1500 at the 2004 Olympics. So can Keely emulate Kelly in Paris and secure another gold for Team GB? They met ahead of the Games.
Kelly Holmes bringing it home for Britain. It's gold! You won it, Kelly. You've won it! Keely Hodgkinson takes the silver at 19.
She's just seen the clock. Kelly Holmes' record has gone.
Keely, I am incredibly excited to come and speak to you, this world-class global superstar. The one thing that really intrigues me is your fearlessness. Like, where does that come from?
My dad was a big influence for me when I was younger. Like, he's always been like, you know, you're the type of person, whatever you want, you can just go out and get it. That kind of attitude's been instilled in me, I think, from a really young age. Being fearless in 800 metres is the difference between getting a gold and a bronze at times. So you'll know all about that. So.
I think you're right.
Hodgkinson for gold. What a run.
Having been an 800-metre runner all my career, I'm fascinated that you have the confidence to take the inside of that track, because that used to scare me witless. I'm out in lane 2 or 3 and then I look back and think, God, I've run 3 metres more than everyone else. How do you do it?
For me, I'm just like, I'm not running wide. That's the stubbornness in me going, I'm not doing that. And fortunately, it's worked in my favour so far, and I think I've just seen a gap and gone, I've got the speed to get through, just go.
Keely Hodgkinson's ready to attack. This is what Keely's good at.
Things could have turned out a bit differently because you had a few medical issues when you were younger.
When I was about 12, a tumour had been growing in my ear towards my spinal cord that crushed all the hearing bones. I lost my hearing in one ear. I have missed the gun a few times in races, but now I'm pretty alert and used to it.
I mean, that's a massive story to hear. And people are so inspired by seeing young talent achieving so much. Have you ever dreamt of being an Olympic champion?
I think I have, but I just didn't expect it to be this early on in my life. But this last year, it's all I thought about. It's such a privilege to be in this position, to go into a Games, being one of Great Britain's favourites for a medal. I think that's a really great position to be in, such a big opportunity. I believe in myself so much, and go and make it happen.
Is there anything you do at the start of the track? So I used to jump up and down, slap my face, and then I'm in the zone.
I've never really been a slapper. I definitely jump. I feel like that.
Remember that.
I like to feel the spring of the spikes in the track and just get in the mode. But yeah, I just like to stay composed, and you'll just see me concentrating. The most serious I'll ever be in my life.
Hodgkinson striding towards silver. Keely Hodgkinson takes the silver. Oh, that was so close. Hodgkinson has to settle for silver again.
A lot of silver, isn't there?
It's a lot of silver. How do you feel about it?
The first one was a dream. It was, oh my God, Olympic medal, so young. And the second one was the closest I've ever got to a championship gold. I remember that so vividly. And the one last year, yeah, I was stuff.
A silver again for Keely.
I crossed that line. The first thing to myself was, that is never happening again. I have a question for you. I'm going towards Paris now, trying to emulate what you did 20 years ago. What was actually going through your mind? So I've watched the race myself many times, but I was like 2 when it happened.
Can she get there? Come on, Kelly! Kelly's won the gold for Great Britain.
I was 34. You know, I'd had a 12-year athletics career, but the goal never went, the dream never went, the aspiration. And I think you just have to believe in yourself.
It doesn't matter what's happened before. It's all about now.
It's all about now. It really is. And I cannot wait to see what you pull out the bag. Is this your year?
I think it's my year.
So do I, so do I. I just want to wish you the best of luck, and maybe I can give you a bit of a golden hug.
Keely Hodgkinson goes at round about 8:45 in the women's 800 metres final. We are about to get the women's 200 metres semi-finals underway. Alison Kirbishley and Catherine Merry.
Julian Alfred being introduced to a packed-out Stade de France. Another session where 80,000 track and field fans are having the joy of witnessing some of the best athletes in the world performing. This is semi-final number 1. We have 3 semi-finals in total, and British interest throughout all 3 of them. The first 2 and the next 2 non-automatic qualifiers get in the Olympic 200-metre final later. Bianca Williams has some mummy power. The 30-year-old going in lane number 9 in this one. Her son will be watching on. 22.77 seconds to qualify for this semi-final. And Julian Alfred, as mentioned, the Olympic 100-metre champion, will be going in lane number 7. Failure Philly of Nigeria starts in lane number 6. She could be a threat with just over 22 seconds this year. Lots of French support. Alison, every single session there's been one section of the fans on the top bend with so many French flags waving.
There is, and you know,
it's very noisy.
It's very, very noisy. But what's got me really excited is there's a French lady lining up in Keely's final as well at the end of the day, which is gonna be awesome, because there's an awful lot of British fans in here, but they're quite rightly drowned out as soon as there's a French athlete on the track. So yeah, they're very vocal. It really has made these championships, the noise in this stadium.
Ronelle Lamotte of France, Alison mentioning there, one athlete that's going to try and shatter the dreams of Keely Hodgkinson later. Into the blocks then in the women's 200 metres semi-final number 1. Williams goes in 9. Just the first 2 guaranteed a place in the final tomorrow evening. Verdun goes. Alfred, the Olympic 100-metre champion, of course, she's out well in lane number 7. Williams moving nicely at the moment on the outside, the British athlete. But the new Olympic 100-metre champion is leading into the home straight. A filly of Nigeria on her inside going well in lane number 6. The American Long is going to finish in 3rd, and Bianca Williams from Great Britain. Looks like she finished in 4th position. And a reminder, the top 2 automatically go through, and then 2 spots are available for the non-automatic qualifiers. But the new 100 metres Olympic champion, just like Noah Lyles, Alison Kirbishley, trying to get that elusive Olympic double.
And you wouldn't really bet against her right now, you know. She's so relaxed. I mean, she just ran that bend beautifully, leaning into the bend, kind of almost looking like a plane about to take off. And as she just got into the home straight, it was almost like a catapult. It just flung her straight up the straight. And she was so relaxed. I mean, there's a real opportunity, you know. It's going to be a new champion this year. It was a title that Elaine Thompson-Herah of Jamaica held. She did the double 3 years ago in Tokyo. There's a real opportunity that Alfred could do the same.
She looks good, Kelly. 21.98 seconds for Julian Alfred. Bianca Williams in 4th with a season's best of 22.58. She will see if that's good enough at the end of these 3 semi-finals to progress to the Olympic final.
She waits in the kiss and cry seat until she can decide whether or not, or until the times decide whether or not she will progress to the final. We do know that Britain's Dina Asher-Smith was bitterly upset on Saturday when she failed to reach the 100 metres final. She qualified comfortably for tonight's 200 metres semi, but after her heat, she was still reflecting on her performance in the 100 metres.
I'm just angry from yesterday, to be honest. That's literally all I can say. It was probably one of my easiest 22.2s I've ever run in my life, and that's just testament to the shape that my coach and I have worked really hard to get me in. So yeah, I was angry, but coming down the home straight, I was like, relax. Could not see her, and I was like, oh, hi, on the inside. But you know, spicing up is great, so I'm taking it.
You can see the fuel clearly that you have now for the 200. Have you had a little bit more time in this tight squeeze, I suppose, between that 100 and 200?
No, I'm very upset.
That was Dina Asher-Smith, and she was unable to finish her interview after her 200-metre heat, which she was very comfortable in. But she was still reflecting on the disappointment of the 100 metres and failing to qualify for that. Andrew, we were talking earlier about how to deal with the after effects of success. And now Dina Asher-Smith is up next, and she's having to deal with the after effects of disappointment. You've had, you know, competitions where you've been in, where you just feel that maybe things haven't gone your way, whether you've come in carrying a bit of an injury or whether things don't quite go your way. How do you deal with that?
It's incredibly difficult. You know, it depends how Dina views this 200. For me, she has a really good opportunity, and often, you know, you alluded to my own career, when things don't go your way, especially if you've made mistakes or you feel like you are capable of better, you're just desperate for another opportunity. And Dina has that now, you know. If you only do one event, you have to wait sometimes a great deal of time. She gets to wake up the next day and go again. But it's so imperative that her team support her now to realign her focus for this 200. And if she does that successfully, I think she has a chance here. You know, with the field as it is and her championship performance, I think she has a chance. So hopefully that's the approach that she takes, and she doesn't dwell on that 100 anymore.
After the frustration in Tokyo as well, Alison, and then to have that frustration in the 100 metres here, is it worrying that that's still bothering her when she gets through to the semi-final of 200 metres, or do you think she'll be fine by this evening?
Oh, I think she'll be fine by this evening. She's a real professional. She just wears her heart on her sleeve, and I think sometimes you just. Well, we heard it with Vic Pendleton earlier, didn't we? Somebody can just say one thing to you, and then all of a sudden it brings the emotions out. And you are very fragile, as much as you try not to be going through the mix zone, because you know the questions are coming. And that's why a lot of the answers are often very bland in the early rounds. You know, it's all about execution, it's all about sticking to the plan, and you come out with these lines. But she was raw. When Sarah spoke to her, she was very angry initially. It was almost like she went through a whole wave of emotions, because she was angry at the start. Then we got a bit of laughing and a bit of, you know, jovial Dina, and then obviously that was it. It was kind of, somebody's reminded me of that moment, and you haven't really had time to compute it, because you've got back to the village, you've probably had very little sleep, and then you're back out again. So But no, I think the other thing, when I spoke to her in London Diamond League, she talked about Coach Flo having to learn about Dina as an athlete as well, and she's learning how he talks to her. She's only had one championship with him, which was the Europeans, which went very well. She retained her title, and she hasn't really had any disappointment with Coach Flo yet. So the two of them will be learning how to sort of park that very quickly and focus on this, because honestly, there is a medal here. You know, Julian's looking great. We're going to see Gabby Thomas, who world lead, one of the quickest ever we've seen in the world from America. But I do believe there's a medal here for either Daryl Neita or Dina, or both.
We'll see Daryl Neita very shortly, but now it's time for Dina Asher-Smith. Catherine Merry.
Dina Asher-Smith, the fastest woman that Britain has ever had, lines up in lane number 7. Semi-final number 2, a reminder, the first two guaranteed a place in the final tomorrow, and then the two non-automatic qualifiers. And currently Bianca Williams of Great Britain and Northern Ireland sits in that second spot after just missing automatic qualifying in semi-final number 1. Gia of the Netherlands bouncing up and down on the outside. She'll start in lane number 9, the 26-year-old, under 23 seconds to qualify for this semi-final. And then a stern look with hips swaying from side to side. The long hair of Gabby Thomas. As Alison just said, one of the quickest of all time. She sits 4th on the all-time list with a time of 22.60 seconds and leads the world with 21.78. A huge roar for Dina Asher-Smith, both hands in the air, waving to the thousands of British fans. She looks relaxed, she looks good to go. Qualified 3rd for this semi-final. She goes in lane number 7. Berger of Jamaica will go in lane number 6, the 21-year-old. Very shortly, you'll have a huge roar for Hélène Parisot of France. She goes in lane number 5. Munjinga Kambunji, twice now 6 in the 100 metres here at the Olympic Games. 6 in that final that Julian Alfred won. She'll go in 4. Magadou of Canada goes in 3. And Imala Iladou of Greece in lane number 2. So Dina Asher-Smith, we heard from her saying she's angry. Now she has to channel that anger and disappointment once again into this women's 200 metres semi-final. She ran well in qualification, 22.28 seconds, a winner of 23 major championship medals across her career. The same total as the British legend Kathy Cook. And she needs to get in the top 2 here to take part in the Olympic 200 metre final. Men's pole vaults continuing. We're now up to a height of 5 metres and 90. One athlete, Sam Kendricks of the USA, is clear, which puts him into the gold medal position. Karalis of Greece will be next to attempt that height. And I can tell you, Mondo Duplantis, the Swede, the world record holder, passing at this new height of 5 metres and 90. The roar for Karalis as he goes over, and he sprints off the pole vault bed right across the track to his coaches, to his fans. But track athletes know that each other has discipline.
Jaya, who's in lane 9, just had to smile because Karalis just ran straight in front of all of them, and they're really desperately trying to focus on the job in hand.
Karalis is back in his allowable zone, and we go into the blocks. The women's 200 metres semi-final number 2. Dina Asher-Smith will not want to miss out on the Olympic 200 metre final like she did the 100 final. She goes in 7, the world leader Thomas of the USA in 8. Thomas out well in lane number 8, the world leader, but Dina Asher-Smith is flying round the bend in lane number 7. The British record holder's going to enter the straight, 1 metre ahead of the world leader Thomas. Asher-Smith now being overtaken by Gabby Thomas, the American. The world leader's going to win this one, but Dina Asher-Smith clearly in second place, automatically through. She makes the Olympic 200 metre final. That will please her. She's not particularly happy with the look on her face, Alison. Gabby Thomas, 21.86 seconds. Dina Asher-Smith confirmed in second, 22.31 seconds. It's not a season's best, but she is in the Olympic final.
Yeah, and that was going to be a tough test with her, having Gabby Thomas on her outside. but she ran a beautiful bend. We saw it, didn't we, at the British Championships? She ran a fantastic bend. Definitely was heading Gabby Thomas. She was breathing down her neck, but then Gabby Thomas just found another gear. She's a lot taller than Dina. She's a lot rangier than Dina, and she just moved so smoothly into another gear and ran away from Dina. And I think the game face wasn't really there. She sort of showed us all how she felt about that run, didn't she, Kath? And you said it, she wasn't happy.
Yeah, maybe a little bit disappointed with the fact that she ran 22:31. Maybe she was hoping for a little bit quicker. Hopefully she maybe talk to us here on the BBC and we'll find out her feeling. Has she walked straight off?
Walked straight
Has she gone up? Has she gone up that mix zone I was telling our listeners about?
Yeah, I don't think she's going over to talk to the press. Gabby Thomas is. Now, I think I saw Gabby Thomas say something to Dina Asher-Smith right at the end of that race that Dina Asher-Smith was not happy with. It looked like she sort of dismissed the comment. It just looked a little bit. Now, I don't want to cause trouble. I'm just saying.
Come on, Kel.
It looked a
just
little bit like
you, me and Kath. Tell us.
Look, and do you know what? Emotions will be running high after it, and it may have been absolutely nothing, but it did look as though there was a very brief, not necessarily, anything bad, but just a little tense, brief exchange of words.
We'll all be rewinding that and replaying it back. There was something definitely that she wasn't happy with, and I think Kath was right. I think when Dina won her World Championship, she won it not just on the bend, not just her reaction, but this fantastic last 50. She's quite a slight, small athlete, but she just has this turnover. And that just seemed to be lacking. She was very one-paced when she came into the home straight. And like I say, Gabby Thomas is so tall and rangy and just moved so smoothly past her. It must feel awful. I never did anything at high speed over this distance. And to watch somebody pulling away from you when you can't do anything about it.
And shortly following Dina Asher-Smith, sadly, was Bianca Williams, who was in one of those non-automatic qualifying spots. But to confirm that result, Thomas, the American, ran 21:86, Dina Asher-Smith 22:31, and Hélène Parisot, the French athlete, a personal best of 22.55 seconds. That takes Bianca Williams off the non-automatic qualifying list. So currently Long of the USA and now the French athlete Parisot. So Bianca Williams will not be in the Olympic 200-metre final, but Dina Asher-Smith will be.
How are you looking at that if you are Daryl Neita? Because obviously Daryl Neita only just missed out on a podium finish in the 100 metres. There is that competition between Daryl Neita and Dina Asher-Smith because they're teammates, and Daryl Neita has said, she wants to catch up Dina. And is this a real opportunity for her?
Daryl will just want to beat anybody to a medal, whether it's Dina or Julian Alfred or,
Because she has also said that the competition has been overstated, and I think she made a pass to comment. She went, when I'm on the track I want to destroy her, but it was kind of reported in a much more aggressive tone than I think she initially intended.
We like to do that in
I just
Britain.
wanted to make sure I pointed out that she'd qualified that afterwards as well as saying it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think what I find funny in our sport is you do the same event as somebody and everyone expects you to be friends, and Kath and I were rivals. And of course we wanted to beat each other, but when we were together in the relay team, we wanted to win as a team. This is exactly the same thing with Dina and Daryl. Everyone is doing this sport because they want to be the best they can possibly be, and if that gets you on the podium, so be it. I think Daryl has had a taste of getting so close to a medal, and like I say, as soon as we saw Shericka Jackson not line up in this field, we haven't got the reigning champion in Elaine Thompson-Herah. There's a real opportunity for somebody to grab a medal.
Andrew, that idea of competition within the team, because at the end of the day, it is an individual sport. Yes, there are occasionally relays, but it is a sport in which you are on your own, and everybody else is your competition.
It is entirely. And I think even when it comes to relay, you look at, yes, you're part of a team, but you look at that as your chance to win a medal, and you do your bit and you hope that your teammates do theirs because it's the medal that you personally want. I think these two, they've raised the standard so much in Great Britain with the women's sprints. And Daryl is pushing on because of, the foundation that Dina set, and now she's trying to go past her. It's not easy if you're Dina because, she's been number one for the best part of her entire career. And now you've got someone chasing you down and trying to take what you kind of settled into as your title, as Britain's fastest woman. And I think, there is a bronze medal here. I think Alison called it perfectly. Both are going to think that they have a very good chance, and they're going to be going into this knowing that the other one offers a threat to them, but as we said earlier about the 100 metres, they just have to do their job as best as they possibly can because there are still a number of good athletes in this field who will want a medal also.
And Dina Asher-Smith knows she will be in that final. Daryl Neita has to get through the semi-final first, and that's coming up. Catherine Merry.
It is the third and final semi-final of the women's 200 metres. And as you mentioned, Dina Asher-Smith already has booked her place in the Olympic 200 metre final. Can Daryl Neita join her British teammate in that final tomorrow? She starts in lane number 6 here after that 4th place finish in the 100 metres, and that 4th place finish incidentally was the best British placing in an Olympic 100 metre final outside of the 2 medals that the British nation has won back in 1948 and in 1960. It was an amazing accomplishment by Daryl Neita, and she's just bending down and checking her spikes are in place before this third semi-final. She's got competition though outside her in lane number 7, Brittany Brown of the USA, a World Championship silver medalist in 2019, over this distance behind Dina Asher-Smith. And 5 years later, she lines up as the world number 4 this year with 21.90 seconds. Daryl Neita's season's best is 22.20. So the last opportunity for 2 women to automatically make the Olympic 200 metre final. They settle into their blocks. The camera's focusing on Brittany Brown, the 29-year-old who was second at the US Olympic trials in this discipline and is the only athlete in this field to have run under the 22-second barrier ever. Neita then settling in lane number 6. It's the usual good start from Daryl Neita. She's chasing the American Brittany Brown in lane number 7. Neita's going to lead this one into the home straight, but here comes the American Brittany Brown. Oh, they're neck and neck in this third semi-final. The top 2 guaranteed a place in the final. The American with her head back and long flowing hair is going to win this by 1 metre from Daryl Neita. 22.12 seconds. Daryl Neita makes the Olympic 200 metre final along with her teammate Dina Asher-Smith. And it was a good run and it was a battle all the way down the home straight. Brown through 22.12 and Daryl Neita in second, 22.24 seconds.
Yeah, just outside her season's best. I thought she was a bit closer than that actually, and I was getting a little bit excited. I thought she might have gone under her personal best there, but yeah, I think you could see she got right onto the shoulder of Brittany Brown in the last sort of 30 metres, and Brittany Brown wanted to win that semi-final, really wanted to get a good lane, so put the sort of burners on again, and Daryl didn't really have any sort of reaction, and then thought, you know what, I know I'm second, I'm just going to run to the line, I'm going to switch off, and she kind of just coasted, looked really comfortable. She's going to have to go quicker. If she's going to think about a medal, she's going to have to run something under 22 seconds, I think.
The big roar around the Stade de France, by the way, is that Sam Kendricks has gone over in the men's pole vault final, the only athlete so far over at 5 metres and 95. Kendricks is a 2-time world champion from America, and that equals his season's best and puts him in, excuse the pun, Kelly, pole position so far in this men's pole vault final.
She's Can we fine her for that?
No, you can't. And Mondo
if she does it again.
If I do it again. And Mondo Duplantis is currently in equal fourth because he decided to pass at 5 metres and 90 and potentially will come back. Here he goes. Mondo Duplantis, first attempt at 5.95. Oh my days. You know what? If you're Andrew Poz is with us. Andrew, talk to me about this. You are Sam Kendricks. You're a two-time world champion in this event. You're one of the best the world has ever seen. Sam Kendricks ran off halfway round the top bend in celebration, and then another athlete comes and clears 5.95 like Mondo Duplantis did by about 12 inches, Andy. As an athlete, your heart must go, oh.
It is psychological warfare. And he has had to suffer it for a number of years now, while Mondo has, excuse the pun, raised the bar over and over again. But for him, you know, he knows what Mondo's all about, and he's got to just keep doing his job. And if we're being honest at this stage, pray that Mondo makes mistakes. You know, we see it in the pole vault. We spoke about it earlier. It is a hugely technical event, and although he doesn't make mistakes often, if you're Sam Kendricks, you're thinking, I have to empty the well and hope that he can't be at his best, because that's the only way you're leaving with the gold medal, in my opinion.
But do you also sorry, Kelly, I was just going to say to Andy, do you not think Mondo's actually quite liking a bit of competition as well at the same time? You know, he's got people around him.
So, you know, I know Mondo a little bit from the circuit, and we were playing table tennis once at the Paris Diamond League, and Sam actually came down and tried to play also. And I am sure Mondo stepped up about 10 levels from how he was playing with me. And he was absolutely firing them. I think he is an incredibly competitive person, and I think he is made for this stage.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it must be fantastic for him, as you say, for somebody who's been dominant for so long, to have somebody pushing him when often it's just him pushing himself and sometimes pushing against his own records.
And just to clarify, he took 5 jumps to win the Olympic title in Tokyo. So what's that now? 3. We've got 2 more. and, you know, without a doubt, I think we're going to see a world record attempt tonight. How many times do you get 80,000 people in a stadium like this in near perfect conditions? You know, I know that we're already hanging the gold around his neck, but I think we're going to see a great battle with Sam. He had the disappointment of COVID, not being able to compete in Tokyo, so he's competing here, and will be wanting, as Andy said, to go for the gold. But you know that's just got to be a slip up from a guy that's just near perfection every time.
When you have to get out Google or other search engines that are available to look at when Mondo Duplantis last lost at a major championship, he has done it. You know, Andy said he has done it, but it is such a rare occurrence and it doesn't happen very often. And as Andy said, you have to rely on somebody that is that far ahead of the rest of the world to make a mistake. But there's such camaraderie between pole vaulters that they all do really, really get on. And I think most of the pole vaulters in the world have accepted that this is the future, this is the next generation. And now we have Duplantis and Kendricks over at 5.95.
Still to come this evening in the Stade de France. In about 5 minutes' time, the women's 5,000 metres final gets underway. And then round about 8:45, it is the women's 800 metres final. Could it be gold for Keely Hodgkinson? We'll be looking ahead to that after the BBC News with Nick Hatfield.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you, Kelly. Good evening. Sir Keir Starmer says the criminal justice system will be ramped up to deal with people who took part in rioting. The Prime Minister's also announced a standing army of specialist police officers to tackle any further violence. 370 arrests have been made so far, but that total is expected to rise. The former head of counter-terrorism policing, Neil Basu, has this warning for anyone involved.
People should look very carefully at Section 1 of the Counter-Terrorism Bill, the Terrorism Act 2000, and its definition. And I think we have seen serious acts of violence designed to cause terror to a section of our community which have crossed the line into terrorism. And I hope my successors are looking at that very closely.
Well, the unrest began in Southport last week following the fatal stabbings of 3 girls at a dance class. 8 other children and 2 adults were injured. Posts on social media incorrectly blame the attack on a Muslim migrant. Tonight, a vigil has been held in Southport and our correspondent Fiona Trott is there.
Events like this are so important to the victims' families and to the rest of the people here in Southport too, because when your life's been turned upside down, when you find it difficult being at work, when you can't sleep, what do? There is anger here one week on as well, though, the feeling that violence has exploited the grief that people here are feeling.
In other news, the United Nations says 9 of its staff members in Gaza may have been involved in the October 7th attack on Israel. The announcement follows an internal investigation after allegations were made by Israel. They were staff members of UNRWA, the UN aid agency in Gaza. Their contracts will be terminated. A dolphin has been found dead on the banks of the Thames in West London, days after one was spotted in the river last week. A dolphin was seen swimming between the Hammersmith and Putney bridges on Thursday, but a body was found earlier near Chelsea Harbour Pier. Another dolphin was reportedly found on the riverbank at Greenwich, but it's not known when it died. And Andrew Flintoff has revealed how he struggles with anxiety, nightmares and flashbacks following a high-speed car crash in 2022. The former cricket star suffered serious facial injuries while filming for Top Gear. Freddie says the accident has changed his life forever.
5 Live Breakfast
with Rachel Burden and Rick Edwards.
The swimming events have now finished at the Olympics, but it does mean we can talk to Adam Peaty and Duncan Scott. Morning.
For the entire Team GB, the swim team, it's been really special. It was a real positive for the swim team.
I think sport as a whole needs to be better. I like to play fair, I like to race fair, and if you're not doing it fair, then I'm not going to shake your hand, I'm not even going to say hello. The people in charge should be more firm on that and actually doing their job.
We're going to bring you right up to date with yesterday's action and, of course, look ahead to what's coming up to date.
5 Live Breakfast.
Listen weekdays from 6
on BBC Sounds.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Kelly Kears.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good evening from Paris on what's already a golden evening for Team GB.
Emma Finucane is going to get there and take the gold medal for Great Britain in a new world record. They've smashed it again. That is a groundbreaking ride from Katie Martin, from Sophie Capewell and from Emma Finucane.
Can Keely Hodgkinson add to the medal tally? We'll bring you the women's 800 metres final at 8:45. Dina Asher-Smith and Daryl Nita are through to the women's 200 metres final, and Noah Lyles has breezed through his men's 200 metres heat. Other Great Britain medals today: Joe Clark with silver, Kimberly Woods with bronze in kayak cross, and another bronze in the triathlon mixed team relay. Not such good news for the women's hockey team. They lost to the Netherlands in the quarter-finals. And away from Team GB, Simone Biles won silver in the floor final.
This is 5 Live Sport at the Olympic Games.
With Kelly Kears.
On 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
Just a short time ago, Dina Asher-Smith qualified for the women's 200 metres final, but she did not stop to talk about it, possibly unhappy with her time in qualifying. Daryl Nita also qualified and she looked pretty comfortable. Here she is speaking to Sarah Mulkerrins afterwards.
Daryl, through to the 200 metres final. How did that feel? A really good start.
Oh, thank you. No, it feels amazing. It was just about coming here today and getting that qualifying. It's been quite a few days on the track, so recovery's been really important in the last 24 hours, and to get through this round one piece, fantastic, onto the final.
How have you been managing yourself then with all that racing?
I've just been trying to keep it as relaxed as possible because it's a lot of adrenaline. A lot's happened in the last 48-ish hours, and I'm just staying focused on what I need to do, and I'm happy with this race today. Would have liked to have won it because obviously that would put me in a better position, but it's absolutely fine. I'm in the final. When you're in that, anything can happen, so I'm feeling very good.
And finally, how are you feeling as you get more accustomed to 200s?
I'm absolutely loving it. My coach and I, Marco, shout out to him. He's done an amazing job with me getting my fitness there and getting me strong, and I think I've really, touch wood, balanced the two events much better this year, so I'm really proud of myself. And I just wanted to say, I didn't mention it after the 100, but a big shout out to everybody who supported me, my team, my coach, Team Air, my family, my friends, my supporters, just everyone that's encouraged me so much, because I wouldn't be here without any of those people. And another big thank you to the National Lottery, because without them none of this happens for our team, so just thanks to everyone.
Go well in that final.
That was Daryl Nita, who comfortably qualified for the women's 200 metres final, and the women's 5,000 metres final is underway. Catherine Merry.
It certainly is. 12.5 laps of the beautifully laid purple track here at the Stade de France, a track that took 10 weeks to lay after the Rugby World Cup was here last year. 16 athletes in total in this women's 5,000 metres final, and Alison Kirbishley alongside me. We were chatting about this final, Alison, and you said, Kath, this is the best Olympic field in a women's 5,000 metres ever. Why? Who's in it and who's leading the way?
I think we'd even say global, not just Olympic, because we have 3 of the world's best ever 5,000 metre track specialists here. We've got Gudaf Sagai of Ethiopia, we've got Faith Kipyegon of Kenya, and Beatrice Chebet of Kenya. The likes of Sagai and Kipyegon have just been trading world records as well. So the quickest women, throw in Sifan Hassan, who's everyone's favourite from the Netherlands, and we really just have a mouth-watering race unfolding in front of us. It's very, very slow, and the people that will be pleased about that are the ones that are doing multiple distances. I'll start with Sifan Hassan. She's doing the 5,000, the 10,000, and finishing with a marathon. We've got Gudaf Sagai, who's trying out at the 5,000, the 1,500 metres tomorrow, and the 10,000. And then you've got the great world record holder in Faith Kipyegon doing the 5,000 tonight, and then the 1,500 metre heats tomorrow morning. So they will hope for a very slow race that doesn't take too much out of them.
Well, it is slow. It's a 77 first lap, which is really slow, Kelly. And the main players and the riders are in the mix. Chebet currently from Kenya leading the way. And Kenya and Ethiopia have yet to have an Olympic gold medal here in track and field. So we're underway in the women's 5,000 metre final. There's probably about a 15 metre spread between the whole lineup so far, but it hasn't got going yet.
Catherine, you were talking to Naga this morning about times in the 5K, weren't you? So just for comparison, I know you were quite gentle with Naga in terms of what was a good time for a 5K. Just to put it into perspective, when we're saying this is a slow race,
how was your 3K afterwards, by the way?
Yeah, my 3K.
Oh, it was a 3K. Oh
no, that was just a training
one
run today.
Yeah, you know, I like to take it easy, a woman of my age, and I'm a sprinter. We're a different machine. I plod around the track now. But I can't... let's talk about this, Ali. Let's just give you a quick idea. Sagai is the world record holder in this event with 14 minutes exactly. Right, and that's over the 5K distance.
Yeah, I mean 64-second laps, that's what she's doing. 64.5-second laps. You can't just try and do one of those. They're doing them for 12.5 laps. You know,
and what speed would you have to put that on the treadmill at the gym?
Oh, I don't know, because I don't run on a treadmill in the gym. Kath, you do a lot of that.
I do when I have the time. It was a 3:10 first kilometre, and we're going around 14 seconds slower per lap. I'm moving on from my lack of fitness.
What we've got is a championship race. You know, we used to see it with Mo Farah. We used to see it in the 5,000, 10,000 metres. What's happened right now is Elise Quaney of America's gone, I am not coming to my first Olympic Games. I'm going to get absolutely outburned and make this an 800 metres. I'm going to make this a 5,000 metre race. And so she's decided to pick the pace up, because none of the Africans, particularly those that are doubling and doing multiple distances, are going to want to do the work. And what I mean by work is lead the field through and almost be the pacemaker for everybody else.
We're keeping you across everything that's happening at the Olympics this evening. We know that Spain will be in the men's football gold medal match. They beat Morocco 2-1 earlier with an 85th minute winner that went to VAR to see if the ball had gone out of play. It was in play, the goal stood, and Spain are into the final. But the second semi-final is the host France against Egypt. That one is kicked off in Lyon. Conor McNamara and Julien Laurent are watching. Conor, what's the latest?
It is still France 0, Egypt 0, 60,000 capacity stadium in Lyon. Thierry Henry hoping to lead the host nation into the Olympic final. Both sides have had one attempt on target. Zizou for Egypt, Truffert the left back for France. Julien Laurent is watching with me. Egypt have got a free kick on the edge of the French penalty area.
Yeah, and Zizou will take a difficult start for France. We expected them to be on the front foot, to be dominating, and instead, very good start from the Egyptians.
Right, very familiar names in the French team, particularly Michael Olise, recently joined Bayern Munich, Jean-Philippe Mateta of Palace, Alexander Lacazette, the former Arsenal player. But in Lyon, with 20 minutes on the clock, it is France 0, Egypt 0 in the semi-final.
Julien, there were high hopes for the men's football team, but obviously Thierry Henry relatively untried as the manager. Would it be fair to say this is an audition for the main job?
Yeah, I think so, Kels. I think he saw it in that way too when he took the job, when he decided to get into this 2-year cycle really, because there's these Olympic Games which are very important, and then the under-21 Euro, he's the under-21 and under-23 head coach. So the Euros, for which France qualified for next summer, this is an objective for him too. But after disappointing experiences really in Monaco first, then in MLS, I think he felt like this could be good to kind of kickstart his managerial career again and maybe show what he could do.
And assisted by Gaël Clichy, who's your very good friend. Have you got any insight into the camp? And really what I'm asking about is that whole Olympic experience, because they've all had tournament experience, but there's something different about being part of an Olympics, about a multi-sport event.
Yeah, you're right, and they felt it even if they were not in Paris, because they've played in Lyon today, which is obviously a very special game for Lacazette and Shelby, all the Lyon players in the squad, but they played in Marseille as well. Before potentially going to Paris, to the Parc des Princes for the final on Friday if they win tonight, but they still felt it. And I think what they wanted is to create some sort of like brotherhood, unity within this squad. It's difficult because those players have never played. It's a weird format, these Olympic Games, because it's under 23, you allowed 3 players over 23, so they've never really played with each other. And I think Thierry is very, very good at managing those players and creating this incredible team spirit that they've had through the whole tournament. So far, I think he's done a really good job.
We were on the metro the other day, and it was very, very crowded, and so we were sort of bumping into this family, and the small boy who was with them, he had the tricolour painted on his face because he'd been to see France in the quarterfinals, and he was talking, well, in our sort of very broken French, and his obviously he was fluent, but he was talking about Kylian Mbappe. Obviously, he's not there. Does it make a difference that one of the, not just the biggest football star, but one of the biggest stars in France isn't there?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, Thierry would have tried everything, everything he could to get in. He wanted Griezmann as well, he wanted Giroud, he wanted Varane, he wanted a lot of the players. And the other 23 in this team are, like someone like Lacazette, who we know from his time at Arsenal, who's 33, Jean-Philippe Mateta, who, like Connor said, did really well with Crystal Palace, and Loic Bade, who doesn't even play anymore for Sevilla. So it was very difficult for Thierry to get the players he wanted over the age of 23. But yeah, Kylian would have helped massively. But there's a sense as well that this team is kind of uniting the country more, for example, than what we saw at the Euros, where the French fans didn't really like the way Deschamps' team was playing, and Mbappe didn't have a good tournament. At least it feels like there's a lot more connection between the fans and this team currently at the Olympics.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point, because sometimes it just does feel like a separate team, and I suppose that plays into that question of whether football should be at the Olympics. I heard the guys talking about it before, talking about it in regards to golf and whether or not, and tennis as well, as to whether if it isn't the pinnacle of a player's career to win a gold at the Olympics, is it right then that it should be an Olympic sport? Jules, you keep across everything, and I know your football is your focus, but what's your thoughts on it?
I agree with you, Kaz. For the women's side, it's different, because for them it means everything, really. It's probably even bigger than potentially a World Cup win, this gold medal. It's always been the case. For the men, it's a very different culture. I think there were players who didn't even want to go because they wanted to stay with their club and do the pre-season preparation to be ready for when the season starts, which is a week after the end of these Olympic Games. So it's a very different culture in men's football, certainly, and there's a good cause for, like, really, do you want a tournament like this where you can't get the best players for each country, not from Argentina, not from France, not from Spain, and instead getting some young players that a lot of people don't know? I think it's a fair question.
Jules, thank you very much. Julien Laurent and Conor McNamara will keep us up to date with that game between France and Egypt. Second half commentary coming up on 5 Live as well. On Friday night, a new national record was set by the mixed British 4x400 metre relay team. They claimed bronze in Team GB's first medal inside the Stade de France. Earlier today they had their medal ceremony, and after that I spoke to one member of the team, Sam Reardon. Sam, you've just come up to join us after the medal ceremony.
Yeah.
How was it?
Yeah, it's really surreal. I think I've been dreaming of that moment for a long, long time. I've been in the sport for about 9-10 years now, and I think watching 2012, dreaming about being there, is like, can't believe it. The stadium's so good, the crowd is so good here. There's a lot of British fans here, so standing on that podium with those guys, yeah, it was a dream come true.
You say that you've imagined it. Are you a manifester? Is that part of what you do?
Yeah, so I do a lot of long runs, probably more than most 400-metre runners, and I think on those moments I'm imagining running down that home straight in a medal position. So yeah, doing that in a real thing, in a real Olympic stadium, and getting a bronze medal from it, yeah, I can't believe it.
I mean, the fact that you're even here feels a little bit like it was meant to be, because you were injured earlier in the year and missed the chance. Let's take it one by one, and then you missed your chance at the Olympic trials.
Yeah, so I tore my hamstring in January on a training camp in South Africa. We had loads of targets set out at the start of the year, and we kept missing them. So it was World Indoors gone, World Relays gone, Europeans gone. Hoping to get back for trials, still wasn't quite ready. Went out in the heats there, but I was starting to find my form again, and I was really disappointed because I kind of came to terms that I wasn't coming to this championship, and then I got the opportunity to run the London Diamond League, and I thought, okay, this is my opportunity to prove to myself that if the trials were 2 weeks later, I could have been in that relay team. I went out there and came over a massive PB in a 44.7 and couldn't quite believe it when I crossed the line. And that was good enough for me. That was good. Running that time was good enough for me for the season. And then got the call that I was coming out here, and I couldn't believe it. Yeah.
Just explain how late on that call was.
Yeah, so the night before I was watching the opening ceremony on my bed, thinking, I wish I was there. And then at training the next morning, I got the call. I was like, I can't believe it. Well, everyone was going crazy in my training group. We were like, whoa! But yeah, it was quite late, and then I was straight on the plane.
Well, it's just been an incredible experience, as you say, and it does feel like there is something kind of meant to be. Because I want to take you back to 2012, and you were 8 years old at the time, and watching the London Olympics. Tell me about that experience.
Yeah, I remember watching it in my front room with my parents. I just remember that Super Saturday, my mum jumping up and down, screaming to Mo Farah to get that gold medal, and Jess Ennis to get that gold medal. Watching that, it really inspired me, and I was doing quite well in like some school cross-country meets and everything like that. I was like, it'd be quite cool if I could one day go to the Olympics and stand on that podium and get a medal. And yeah, 12 years later, I'm here doing it. So yeah, I can't believe it.
You said that at 8 years old, and then have made this happen. I know you lost your mum in 2019. Yeah. Do you feel that she's part of you when you're in this experience?
Yeah, definitely. I have a picture in my pocket of me and her with a mini marathon medal, and I had this on me on the podium, and it just felt like she was there with me. And I know for a lot of my family this means a whole lot, because they know how much she wanted me to be here. She willed me to be here, and I think since she passed, that's been in my back of my head the whole time. I want to do this not just for me, not just for myself, but for her as well, in her memory, and achieve that dream that both of us really had. I know she would have loved it. She'd have been screaming. I probably would have heard her out of all this noise. I still would have heard her. She was a very loud supporter, and it was, I wish she was here to see it, but I know she's living out from above.
That was the lovely Sam Reardon, member of the British 4x400 metres, that won bronze on Friday night. At the moment, we are on the final lap of the 5,000 metres. Catherine Merry.
This is the battle that we hope for. It's a two-way battle at the moment on the final lap of this women's 5,000 metres. Kenya are leading the way down the back straight, Alison, and this is the burn-up that we expected. Faith Kipyegon is leading by 1 metre from her teammate.
Yeah, Beatrice Chebet, it is the battle of who is the quickest now. Faith Kipyegon, she's the world record holder over 1,500 metres. She had this world record, and then Sigai took it off her, and she's now with her countrywoman coming in the home straight cap. Well, it's going to be a Kenyan winner, but which one?
They're shoulder to shoulder, but here goes Beatrice Chebet. She's pulling away in the final metres. Kenya take gold in the women's 5,000 metres. Beatrice Chebet is the Olympic champion. Faith Kipyegon picks up the silver, and Sifan Hassan in the orange of the Netherlands picks up the gold. All three of them, Alison, fall onto the track, 14:28.56. 2 golds, and the first gold for Kenya here in Paris.
And I just can't help but think, had Faith Kipyegon only been doing that event, she would have won it. She definitely would have won that, because she got into the home straight. She made a move in the last lap. It went perfectly for her. She didn't have to do an awful lot of the work during it. She only needed to wind it up at the end, which we know she can do. She's a 1,500 metre specialist. But then once Chebet really, really moved into another gear. She had nothing left. She thought, you know what, I've got the 1500 metre heats in the morning. I've got to think about that. Silver medal for Faith Kipyegon, but Sifan Hassan, yet another medal. This woman has a phenomenal week ahead. She's still got the 10,000 metres to come. She's still got 26.2 miles on the streets of Paris in the marathon to come, and she's just added a bronze medal to her collection.
So gold for Kenya on the track, a brilliant victory for Beatrice Chebet, the latest Olympic champion. And in the field, we know our medalists in the men's pole vault final. Currently, Mondo Duplantis, the world record holder, has gold. Sam Kendricks of the USA has silver, and Emmanuel Karelis has bronze for Greece. The bar has been moved up to a height of 6 metres. Mondo Duplantis entered the competition at 5 metres and 70 and has 3 clear vaults. He is in the gold medal position. Sam Kendricks cleared 5.95 along with Duplantis. Mondo now goes. First attempt at 6 metres. This will put him further ahead. Oh my gosh. You hear the oohs and the ahs from the Stade de France. The world record holder looks at the Swedish fans waving the flags. He was another 10 to 12 inches over the height of 6 metres and extends his lead in this competition. He is unbelievable, Kelly. He's now on his 61st meeting at 6 metres or higher. This guy is phenomenal, and he cements his gold medal position, and Kendricks and Karelis have an Olympic medal, of course, but they're going to have to battle the silver and bronze between them. So we just don't know the exact order yet. But Mondo Duplantis, stop me if you can.
I know, and neither of those guys have gone over 6. Sam has only ever done it. Karelis has yet to do it. So, if neither of them clear this, then I think we'll see him go for the world record, because he's won it then.
He's just extraordinary to watch, because if you imagine a pole vaulter, you imagine them just clearing the bar, don't you? If you picture it in your head. But when you imagine Mondo Duplantis clearing the bar, you imagine him jackknifed, as you said, a good 10 to 12 inches above it.
On the runway now, a man that has an Olympic medal, Emmanuel Karelis of Greece. He tied for 4th in Tokyo with Casey Lightfoot of the USA. He's guaranteed an Olympic bronze medal. Here goes the Greek star on his first attempt at 6 metres to join Mondo Duplantis. He holds his pole high, he plants it, he bends, but he bails out underneath. And as Alison mentioned, this is a huge lifetime best for the Greek athlete. He's gone over a height of 5 metres and 93 before he arrived here. He's gone over 5 metres and 90, Kelly, at the first time of asking. He failed his first attempt at 5.95 and decided to strategically pass to try and get himself into the medal position. It worked, and he'll come back again to try and upgrade his bronze, but he needs the performance of his life to pass Sam Kendricks.
We are gripped by the pole vault final, but we also have Keely Hodgkinson coming up at 8:45, so just about 10 minutes time in the women's 800 metres final. She is going for gold. Also the finals of the 3x3 basketball competition tonight. We're in the middle of the 2 bronze medal matches for the men and the women, and there could also be another gold for the home fans in Paris to celebrate. John Akers is watching for us, and are France favourites, John, for the men's gold?
They are favourites, and the atmosphere is going to be absolutely terrific. This was a new sport in Tokyo, Kelly, 3 years ago. It's like 5-on-5 basketball, but it's much, much quicker, and it's much, much cooler. There's a DJ playing throughout. The setting is the biggest square in Paris. It's outdoors at the end of the Champs-Élysées, the Place de la Concorde. So it's half court. This is how it works. Half court, 2 teams of 3 attacking the same basket. There's a 3-point line, like in traditional basketball, but it's only 2 points if you score from outside of that line. Anywhere else on the court, it's a single point. You've got 12 seconds to put up a shot, half of the 24 allowed in 5-on-5. There's a 10-minute clock, but once one team reaches 21, they win the game. And I've got to tell you, the atmosphere amongst this crowd is electric, because France have made the men's final against the Netherlands, while the women's final is between Germany and Spain. That gets underway in about 25 minutes time. USA women have just beaten Canada in the bronze medal match. It was so tight, and champions from Tokyo, Latvia, are fighting it out at the moment for the men's bronze medal against Lithuania right now, and Lithuania are 6-5 in the lead after 7 minutes of the match. Looking forward to this one, Kelly. It's going to be really cool. It's going to be sick.
It's going to be absolutely lit at the 3x3 basketball. Listen, John, I know this might be a slightly unfair question, because, as you said, it's a new sport at the Olympics. But I think people will be surprised that USA weren't in either of the gold medal matches. Would they have come in as favourites? Is it maybe not a surprise if you know the sport?
Well, yeah, it wouldn't be a surprise if you know the sport. All the men's NBA stars from the States are all in the 5-on-5 at these Olympics. And Europe is much, much stronger than it once was. To give you an idea, French players are 2 of the top 3 draft picks at the NBA. European basketball, Eurobasket, is very, very strong, especially in France and Eastern Europe and Spain. So it's no surprise that it's Germany versus Spain in the final of the women's. And it's not household names taking part in this. It's players who've played professionally 3-on-3. There's a world tour, and then they have clubs in Europe. For instance, in the women's, the Germans, one of them plays for Tenerife, one plays in Germany in Bundesliga 2. Several of them have gone through college in America. So it's a specialist sport, Kelly, with none of the big NBA players involved, and that means that quite often USA aren't the favourites.
John, thank you very much. Good to hear from you, and John will keep us up to date with that one. But it is almost time here in the Stade de France for a race that has been billed as one of Team GB's strongest gold medal chances.
Keely Hodgkinson, at 19, already regarded as a master tactician, is moving into medal contention. And Keely Hodgkinson wins silver for Britain. What an incredible performance.
Keely Hodgkinson just uses her elbows to try and get through. And Mo's trying to shut the door on Keely Hodgkinson, the American who takes the gold. Hodgkinson the silver.
So close. I'm grateful to be on a world podium in a world final, but I am a bit gutted, and to say I'm gutted with a world medal, it shows how far I've come. A world silver, not too bad.
Keely Hodgkinson grits her teeth and finds a gap on the inside. Mary Mora punches the air. Keely claps her hands together in frustration. It's silver again.
There are positives, but there's still no golds, so I'm still fuming until I'm on top of that podium.
Hodgkinson is digging deep. She's going to win here in London, and that is one of the fastest times ever over 800 metres.
Spent the last 2 years trying to get that gold, haven't I? I think it's my year.
The women's 800 metres final in just about 7 minutes' time. Great Britain's Keely Hodgkinson is the favourite to become the new Olympic champion. Let's hear what she had to say after cruising into tonight's final.
Controlling this semi-final like an orchestra. This is wonderful from the world leader. She looks up at the big scoreboard. The South Africans got nothing more to give. I don't think the world's got anything more to give this year. Keely Hodgkinson now wins by 10 metres.
You can't take any chances, and you give me a good practice for tomorrow as well. But I just wanted to be safely qualified. Job done. Yeah, we're in the final now. Mission is on. I've said it all year, I really want to upgrade my silver. I think I'm in the best shape, physically, mentally, emotionally, to do that I have been ever. So I just hope that I can really put that together tomorrow, and let's see what we can do.
There is a thunderclap inside the Stade de France. They're not building up already to the Keely Hodgkinson race, which we are going to build up to. It's because, Catherine Merry,
there's 2 field event gold medals that are going to be shortly cemented. To our right in the discus circle in the women's discus final, Valerie Allman of the USA has defended her Olympic title. She nearly went out then over 70 metres. She threw 69 metres and 50 in round number 4. That distance was good enough for her to win the Olympic title again, and she's very close to it with her final throw in this Olympic competition. So Valerie Allman is the double Olympic champion, and at the other end of the glorious Stade de France, we've had confirmed that Karelis of Greece is the bronze medal winner in the men's pole vault with his first time clearance at 5 metres and 90, and the two-time world champion Sam Kendricks has his pole in his hand and is looking towards his coaching team. Sam Kendricks has won the silver medal at the moment. That's guaranteed. He has one more attempt at the height of 6 metres to potentially continue and push Mondo Duplantis. The cameras, both the big screens here at the Stade de France, focusing on Mondo Duplantis, who is standing by his coaching team, right by the thousands of fans. Sam Kendricks, as the pole vaulters do, look to their left and await their coach's decision to start running. The wind is good, the pole is up. The American has confirmed a silver medal here at the Olympics in Paris, upgrading his bronze from 2016. Has he got this one more clearance? It was his closest yet, but Sam Kendricks is the Olympic silver medalist in the pole vault, and Mondo Duplantis is hugging his fans, is high-fiving his family. Mondo Duplantis is the Olympic champion with his first-time clearance at 6 metres. Will he go higher? I so hope he does.
He absolutely. He can't leave us hanging like that. 6:25 sounds so good. As the bell tolls in the background.
Yeah, this bell that's been specially made by those that are refurbishing the bells at Notre Dame. They've made a special one here in Paris for Olympic champions to ring. Valerie Allman just ringing that bell there for the USA's latest medal. And we wait, Kelly, to see what the next height is for Mondo Duplantis, half hoping it's 6:25 because his world record's 6:24. Give the fans what they want, Mondo.
You're listening to Catherine Merry and Alison Kirbishley. We're also joined by Andrew Pozzi. Andrew, we're going into the 800 metres final as well. It's a huge night for Keely Hodgkinson. Just give us an idea of the kind of form she's in coming into this and why she's coming into it as favourite.
You're right, this is the biggest night of her already storied career. She set a world lead in the personal best only 3 weeks ago at the London Diamond League. She's coming in the best shape of her life. And without giving, any kind of specifics, I've heard from the preparation camp that some of the sessions she was doing there was just incredible. So her confidence can't be any higher. And as she said repeatedly all year, she really, really wants to upgrade that silver medal that she's already got from Tokyo to a gold.
In terms of how she approaches this race, that Catherine and Ali have been saying over the past couple of days that she has options. She can do it any way she wants to. Is the question more how someone like Mary Moraa approaches the race in terms of trying to beat her?
I think that's the name that we're going to have to look out for. Mary Moraa is an incredible racer. Now, what she has over Keely is a faster 400-metre PB, so she's slightly faster as a sprinter. Now, what we've seen her do in the past is to get to the front early in the race, try and mess up the other athlete's stride, really slow it down and give herself just a kick right at the end, a bit like we saw in that 5,000 metres. Keely's number one job is to neutralise Mary Moraa and say, no, this is my race and I'm running it the way that I want to. I'm not going to be brought into your tactics.
And Catherine, we've got the drama entry tonight, as we do for the gold medal occasions.
We do indeed. There's a couple of drama entrances, as you mentioned, Kelly, here in the Stade de France, where basically the organisers, to keep it simple, bring the athletes in not in lane order. So they try to finish with the gold medal favourite, the last person running through the tunnel. And the athletes for this 800-metre final are being introduced just by the start of the 110-metre hurdle line. There's flashing lights around the arena here. So far, we've had 3 athletes entered into the arena. And then they don't really mess around once they've had this drama entrance, because they put them on the line and then we'll get going. And Keely Hodgkinson will be entering the arena very shortly and will be minutes away from this 800-metre final. And Mondo Duplantis is due to attempt 6 metres and 10, which would be a new Olympic record, but he might have to wait for this race. We will see.
And Alison, you were Andrew was talking about Mary Moraa being the main competition here for Keely Hodgkinson, not to do any more damage to your already frayed nerves, but what has to happen for Keely Hodgkinson not to take gold in this race?
She falls over. That's the roar for Renelle Lamotte of France, and she has a real opportunity to get onto the podium here. There's almost a case to be had for many of the athletes in this final to get onto the podium. I just can't see anyone taking that extra step other than Kelly to get right onto the top. World champion Mary Moraa from Kenya has just been introduced to the crowd. She's got no strapping on her leg. We saw her go through the mix zone yesterday with her thighs heavily strapped. I don't know whether that was just ice packs or whether she did have any problem. But here she is, Kath.
Keely Hodgkinson, hands behind her back. She sways and she smiles. She stands in the tunnel with a huge Union flag behind her on an LCD board, walking in as cool as you like, waving to the fans. And now she sprints down the home straight towards the start line, towards maybe an Olympic gold.
The lighting in the tunnel when the athletes come out is beautiful, and someone like Keely Hodgkinson stands there in the form that she's in and just glows. And by the end of tonight, she could be a golden girl at these Paris Olympics 2024.
The final of the women's 800 metres. Whitaker from the USA goes in 2. Mesele of Ethiopia starts in 3. Maloney of St Vincent in super form, getting quicker, she starts in 4. Keely Hodgkinson, the 6th fastest of all time, starts in lane number 5. Segediso of South Africa goes in 6. Mary Moraa, the reigning world champion, the Commonwealth champion, beating Keely Hodgkinson twice, goes in lane number 7. Renelle Lamotte of France goes in 8. And De Gouma, the world indoor champion, goes in 9. 2 laps of the track here in Paris. 4 big silvers in 3 years for Keely Hodgkinson. Is tonight the time the colour changes? She stands behind the line. The camera sweeps across from lane 9 to lane 1. The stadium announcer shouting out the names of every athlete in this 800-metre final. Keely Hodgkinson poised for the biggest race of her life, a race that could change her life forever. The crowd excited with the French athlete Renelle Lamotte in lane number 8. They go to their marks, the women's 800-metre final. A loud roar. Hodgkinson has started quickly round the first bend in this women's 800-metre final. De Gouma of Ethiopia moving nicely in lane number 9. And down the back straight for the first time of asking, Keely Hodgkinson settling into the middle of the pack in about 3rd place.
Yeah, but Keely just has such a great racing brain. Look what she does. She's just going to assess what everybody else is doing here, and she's just going to decide, is anyone else going to take the front? I'm very happy to if you want me to. Here comes Mary Moraa. Mary is going to be running Keely's race. She's now got onto the shoulder of Keely Hodgkinson. Keely is looking very, very comfortable, very in control as she comes into the home straight. 80 metres to go and she'll be hearing the bell.
Keely Hodgkinson heads the field in the women's 800 metres Olympic final. She's slowed this one down and she leads at the bell. The final lap of the women's 800 metres Olympic final. Keely Hodgkinson leads by 1 metre. Mary Moraa is on her shoulder. De Gouma on the inside. The Ethiopian has not been shaken yet. But down the back straight, it's still a 1 metre lead. Hodgkinson, Moraa, and 1 metre lead. Now there's 5 athletes back in contention, 200 metres to go.
Yeah, Mary Moraa's now pushing on the shoulder of Keely Hodgkinson. The South African Segediso is there. Keely Hodgkinson moves from 4th into 5th gear. She's going, Mary Moraa, you're not getting the inside line. This is almost like Mo Farah-esque.
120 metres to go. Once again, it's Hodgkinson and Moraa. Keely Hodgkinson into the home straight. She looks up at the big screen. She's starting to pull away. Her competition are trying to get back to the British star. They are not going to catch her. It's going to be gold for Keely Hodgkinson. She is the Olympic champion. Silver has turned into gold here in Paris tonight. Keely Hodgkinson is on top of the world.
Well, the first line of La Marseillaise, which we've heard so many times in the pool, the French national anthem, the first line says, let's go, child of the homeland. The day of glory has arrived. Well, we're borrowing that tonight because our golden girl has finally got it. The silver lady has finally got the gold. and she controlled that race. She took the pressure, and she's the Olympic champion.
1:56.72. Daguma gets the silver. Mary Moore on this occasion gets the bronze. Nobody cares about the times. Keely Hodgkinson has turned the silver to gold. She is the women's 800 metres Olympic champion, becoming one of a very select group. Only the third time that a British woman has won an Olympic gold medal, and she is being drowned by her friends and family who've travelled all the way over to watch her win gold here tonight. And her coaches Trevor Painter and Jenny Meadows will be in the stadium in tears. Keely Hodgkinson wins gold.
Extraordinary moment for her, so cool in competition and so emotional after she crossed the line. And Catherine, it doesn't stop there.
Track and field at its best. Oh, Mondo Duplantis. You know, he said, hold my beer, Keely Hodgkinson. At the other end of the Stade de France, he's just on an Olympic record, 6 metres and 10 centimetres. He's on his way to potentially taking another attempt at a world record. An Olympic record for Mondo Duplantis, the gold medal winner in the men's pole vault. And Keely Hodgkinson is on a lap of honour down the back straight. She cannot get any closer to the crowd as she carries the Union flag high. And she burst into tears, quite rightly so, as soon as she crossed the line and punched the air.
Wow. I mean, my heart is pumping out of my chest. I didn't know how she would run it. I was surprised it was so slow through the first lap. Not so much the finish time, but I was really looking at Mary Moore because I thought, oh, she's desperate to just get that inside line, and Keely was going, nah, you were not getting that inside line, that rail. Oh, I mean, Keely, so many emotions, you know. This lady, if I quickly give you her progression, Kelly. 2016, she was English schools champion. 2017, she was the under-17 champion in the English schools. 2018, European youth champion. 2019, a medal at a European juniors, but she never won. 2020, the British senior champion. 2021, a European indoor champion and an Olympic silver medalist. 2 world silvers came in the following years. And now, in 2024, she's finally an Olympic champion. All I'm trying to say is that is consistency at its best. Improvement every time she comes out. She's a racer. And Kath said it, all credit to Trevor Painter and Jenny Meadows. They're doing something in their M11 track club that is just so special. And M11 is their postcode. You know, we've got Georgia Bell still to come in the 1500. It really is a credit to them. And she's going to be back in LA in 4 years, without doubt. This woman is born to run. She loves racing. And now she's got a taste of gold, finally. There'll be more to come.
I mentioned that Keely's on a lap of honour. She's just passing Mondo Duplantis around the top bend, and the reason why she's not on the track doing the lap of honour is because she's got so many friends and family here. She's stopping every 10 to 15 metres to say hi, well done, congratulations, and very shortly she's going to run down the home straight of the purple, the beautiful purple track that's brought her Olympic glory here. Mondo Duplantis will be attempting 6 metres and 25, a new world record, but because he's the only one left in the competition, he has 6 minutes on his stop clock, and understandably he's walking back and taking his time with his long pole on his right shoulder. He has the Olympic gold medal like Keely Hodgkinson. Wow, it is such a special night, and on the big screen there he is, big Trevor Painter getting his picture with his golden girl. What an inspiration. Team GB's second medal in track and field, following on from the amazing mixed 4x4 bronze, but the first gold, the pressure and expectation, the golden girl.
Catherine, what does the trainer of an Olympic gold medalist do in preparation on the day of said Olympic gold medalist final?
I thought you were going to say, what does he do after? I said, no, in Trevor.
I was thinking about Jenny Meadows.
There'll be a big pint there for Trevor. He's a good Wigan lad.
Yeah. It's an interesting one.
I was going to ask you about Jenny, because Jenny Meadows today tweeted that she'd been doing the laundry. She had pictures from inside the laundrette, and that was how she kept her nerve ahead of an Olympic final.
And she took a picture of Trev on the laptop, crunching the numbers, because he is a stats man as well. He'll have been looking at all the splits and, you know, what could Mary Morrow do? What could Secodiso do? What happens if this happens? And he puts all of that in the head of Keely Hodgkinson, and she does that.
And he's also got a lot more athletes competing here, Kelly, and he's got athletes that'll be racing tomorrow. And literally, oh my days, she's just had the biggest hug from Seb Coe. So, from one Olympic champion to another, he is absolutely delighted in front of us here in our 5 Live commentary position. Keely Hodgkinson taking an embrace from Lord Sebastian Coe, and she runs straight past us. Everybody high-fiving, all the British fans, Alison, in front of us here who made the journey, friends, fans and family. She's delivered. She's absolutely delivered, and it's a life-changing moment.
It's going to be incredible for her to see what comes next for Keely Hodgkinson. Andrew Pozzi is also with us. Andrew, the run of an Olympic champion.
Absolutely phenomenal, and she has been so persistent. You know, it would have been so easy to get downhearted after so many silver medals, and it was to different competitors. It was both Mary Mora and Athing Mu. So, you know, at that moment you do ask yourself the question, can I do it? Is there a reason why I haven't? And I thought that race was absolutely incredible. She stayed in front of Mary Mora. She knew that if she allowed Mary Mora to get in front at any point, that would be the danger.
Andrew,
and she just completely controlled it.
1 second.
We need to hear this. Wait. Hey, Keely Hodgkinson ringing the Olympic.
She was worn out. She could hardly do it well.
That's a great sound, though.
I tell you what, can I just give a quick shout out to Dame Mitchell, her S&C coach, strength and conditioning coach, because I'm going to have a word with him, because that was a little bit of lack of strength in the arms there.
You might not have noticed, but she's expended quite a bit of energy over the last few minutes.
Oh, that was epic. Sorry, Andy, you were saying.
That sounded glorious. I was happy to wait and listen. No, she's just been, you know, absolutely fantastic. And you forget her age because that race was so mature. She completely managed that from start to finish. No other athlete in that final had a sniff. They were all completely running in her race.
Alison was talking during commentary about her racing brain, about understanding the tactics of the race and understanding how that changes according to how the other racers are running theirs.
Completely, and that's always the difficulty, because you can plan as much as possible going into these races, but you have no idea what somebody else is going to do, and that's what I'm most impressed by. She just defended that inside line, as Alison said, the entire time, and she just would not let anyone get close. She knew that was her date with destiny, and she controlled it from start to finish. Such an incredible performance.
An incredible moment for her, an incredible race from her. And Alison, you've done what Simone Biles has asked that we stop doing to Olympic medalists, which is talking about their future. You're already looking ahead to LA in 4 years' time. Simone Biles says, just let the medalists enjoy their moment.
Absolutely, but the only good thing is she's not going anywhere. She's around for a long time because she wants to make a mark, and her... I remember... I bumped into Trev and Keely, and Andy will know this well because he's been in teams with Keely. She doesn't like mornings. She's not an early morning person. And the day after the London Diamond League, all of the team headed straight on the Eurostar out to Paris. And I was getting the train into St Pancras from Stratford Station, and there was Darren Campbell, one of the officials from the British team, Trevor Painter and Keely. And I said, well, why is there only 4 of you? The rest of the team had already gone. Keely had slept in, so she was getting a later train. And Trevor then said to me, she wants to run 1:53. She's talking about times that even he's going, really?
Catherine Merry.
Do you know how many times in track and field in recent years that it has been orchestrated that at the end of an evening session of track and field, there's a certain Mondo Duplantis attempting world records? It works every time. Eugene World Championships in 2022, he had the stadium to himself and he did a world record. Here we go then. First attempt at a new pole vault world record for Mondo Duplantis. 6 metres and 25. The 6-minute clock is ticking back. He's been laughing and joking with his buddies. Fellow medalist, the silver medalist Sam Kendricks, asking people for more noise. Here we go then, 6 metres and 25 for Mondo Duplantis. Looking to put a cherry on top of the cake. Ooh, the first time failure, but he'll go back, he'll relax. He likes to do world records on the first attempt because it gets it out the way normally. So he'll decide whether he wants to continue, and we hope he does. But once again, Kelly, he has the stadium to himself, attempting a new world record, and it's turned into the Mondo Duplantis show, but off the back of the Keely Hodgkinson Golden Show.
What I think was really lovely there was Sam Kendricks being so supportive. He was the one who was getting the crowd going and trying to kind of get that support behind Mondo Duplantis.
They've got the best seats in the house, the vaulters that are now out of the competition. So I would want to sit there and watch greatness. It's listen to this crowd now. You've got the whole stadium chanting your name.
He's like a rock star. Mondo, Mondo, Mondo. We talk about athletes coming and delivering under pressure like Keely Hodgkinson has done tonight and become the Olympic champion. He has the whole of the Stade de France, who, let's not forget, love pole vault, because Renaud Lavillenie was a former world record holder from France who he took his world records off, and they are such good friends. The pole vaulters are such good friends. You know, Andy Pozzi's with it, he'll tell you that. There's a real camaraderie between multi-eventers and pole vaulters in particular.
Do we think he's going to go for it again? Do we think he's going to go for 6:25? How do we feel time-wise for Mondo Duplantis? Because I do feel if your name's Armand Duplantis and you nickname yourself Mondo, you have to be a world champion. He's done that. But Olympic champion and world record holder is certainly his to hold and his to break as well.
He'll go for it. Yeah, the board's already changed to attempt number 2. He's talking to his dad and who coaches him, Greg Duplantis, a 5-metre 80 vaulter himself. We just now have to wait patiently before we start the clock for the second attempt.
I was just listening there to the stadium announcer because they've got a victory ceremony coming up, and I was trying to work out what this ceremony is going to be for.
You haven't got enough stars in one stadium for the night. Let's just bring Noah Lyles back in.
So we've just had Keely Hodgkinson winning gold. We've got Mondo Duplantis going for a world record attempt at the other end of the stadium, and here right in the centre of it, Seb Coe, fresh from hugging Keely Hodgkinson, is now about to hand the gold medal over to Noah Lyles, the men's 100-metre champion. It's all happening inside the Stade de France this evening.
It's always lit in here. Kelly, I heard you across our coverage on 5 Live talking about...
I only saved that for the basketball. Anything that happens inside the urban sports, that's where I keep that kind of... I try to pretend that I'm young when really I just have young children.
You said, we don't do dull nights at the swimming. Welcome to the track and field. Sebastian Coe.
You took that as a challenge, did you?
Lord Sebastian Coe, Kelly,
and I took that personally, says Catherine Murray.
You're having a good time though, right?
Absolutely having a good time. What a night this evening in the Stade de France.
Fred Kerley of the USA steps up to collect his bronze medal from the men's 100 metres, 9.81 seconds. Valery Borsov is joining Lord Sebastian Coe, himself a 2-time Olympic sprint champion back in Munich 1972. The big guns are out for the fastest men, and Fred Kerley really did run well. 9.81 seconds. A reminder, just over a tenth of a second separated the whole men's 100-metre field. The shades of Fred Kerley puts up the number 1 finger, left the couple down there. Kishane Thompson picks up the silver medal for Jamaica. The Jamaicans don't like winning silver medals in the sprint events, and he really had it in the palm of his hand until the last stride of Noah Lyles. Everybody thought the Jamaican was the Olympic champion. His time will come, way less experienced. Let's listen in.
He's going to pogo up, isn't he? He's going to jump.
For the fastest man in the world, and see how he mounts this beautifully laid silver Paris 2024 podium.
Champion olympique, gold medalist and Olympic champion, Noah Lyles.
It was a conservative step up to the podium. He has got more running to do, of course, with the 204x1 to come, but that was conservative from the new Olympic champion. The same time as Keshane Thompson, 9.79 seconds, but won the Olympic title by 5/1000ths of a second in a lifetime best performance. And 40 metres away, the latest Olympic champion, Mondo Duplantis, is back in his usual seat, awaiting the sprint medalist to go before he takes his second attempt at a new world record. Noah Lyles, now he holds that medal high in his right hand and shows every single fan here in the Stade de France the big G, the Olympic gold.
Of the United States of America.
United States of America have 3 gold medals here in athletics, 2 in the field with Ryan Krauser and Valerie Allman, and he's the first gold medalist for the Stars and Stripes on the track here. The Star Spangled Banner, the national anthem, blazing around the Stade de France. And a nice photo, Alison, of all 3 medalists, the 3 fastest men in the world, the shades of Fred Curley.
What is Fred Curley doing?
He's being Fred Curley.
He looks like Will Smith in Men in Black.
Men in Black. I know, when he's got the shades on, and he's now taking a selfie of the 3 of them. And his phone has the gold wrapping on it, but it is gold that is round Noah Lyles' neck. And while he stands there, having his picture taken with his tongue out, he's being that sprinter personality. But you know what? When they got to the Dawn's Early Light bit of the Star Spangled Banner, he just had a small giggle to himself, and he suddenly looked like the kid who wanted to be Olympic champion.
And one of the first things he did, Kelly, after winning Olympic gold in that men's 100 metres, was put out on his social media. He said, "I have asthma, allergies, dyslexia, ADD, anxiety and depression. But I will tell you that what you have does not define what you can become. Why not you?" Millions of people have appreciated that from Noah Lyles.
Andrew, I think that's such an interesting thing for Noah Lyles to tweet about, to talk about his own struggles and the kind of role model that he is. And we'll maybe get a chance to get your thoughts on that. But first, there's a world record to be broken here, Catherine Murray.
Guess who's back again? It's showtime for Mondo Duplantis. He stares down the runway that he's done so many times. He's set 8 world records in his career, and he is now orchestrating the crowd. Clap at my rhythm. Follow the silver medalist Sam Kendricks, my friend. Mondo Duplantis, second attempt at 6 metres and 25 for a new world record and the biggest cherry on top of his Olympic gold cake. Here he goes. Oh, very similar to his first attempt at the world record. The 2 vertical pole vaults have got the lights on, Alison, which we love, and they turn green if you go over, but the uprights go red if you fall off. And they've gone red twice now. We've got Sam Kendricks orchestrating the crowd on the big screens again, saying, come on, get behind my boy.
He absolutely walloped the bar there, because the uprights starting to shake as he took the bar off there. But yeah, he's close. He's very, very close. And we've seen him do it before. We saw him at the World Championships clear it on his final attempt. He will take yet another 6 minutes, probably a little bit longer, while he just wanders over to speak to his dad, Greg. Mum and Dad will be in the crowd. They'll have the iPad. They normally show him the jump, and they'll sit and chat. He's certainly got the height. We're just looking at the replay. His feet are over it. He's just taking it off with his shins, which kind of, because not only is it about the height, they can also move the uprights horizontally as well. And it was almost like he'd hit the height, but he just came down on it, much like Molly Caudry did.
There was a lovely shot there on both the screens as the crowd continued to get behind the Swedish star, of his mum, his dad, and Renaud Lavillenie just sitting there like they're on some kind of family day out, seeing Mondo Duplantis once again attempting world records. And Andrew, I alluded and said, look, this guy's a rock star. I'm not over-exaggerating, am I? He's controlling the Stade de France here tonight, Andrew.
Absolutely. The stadium is his, as it has been so often in his career, and he'll be reveling in this moment. I heard the roar as he started coming down the runway. I think that could break some people, but for him, it absolutely thrives him. He's just so good in those situations. And it's so interesting to see there, again, he had so much height. And I heard an interesting discussion from a few people who are familiar with pole vault, former vaulters, questioning about the box there. Because as you've seen both in the decathlon pole vault, the women's pole vault, and now this, there's a lot of athletes getting a great deal of height, but not the depth to move through the bar. And that seems to be a theme that I've noticed, and I know other people are discussing it. So it's interesting to see what he does on this next vault. And as Alison mentioned, you can move the uprights closer or further away from the box. And I wonder if some of that discussion is to move them ever so slightly closer to match his high point.
Just before Mondo Duplantis goes again, we've got time to hear from Olympic gold medalist Keely Hodgkinson.
Keely, we've just been watching that anthem. You're going to have that experience pretty soon. How good does that gold medal finally feel?
I think that's when it'll all sunk in, and I think you'll see some real emotion from me. But yeah, no, that was absolutely incredible. I've worked so hard for this over the last year, and I think you can see how much it meant to me when I crossed the line. And yeah, I can't believe I've finally done it. It means so much, and to do it here, where better? The audience was absolutely incredible. It felt like a home crowd to me in itself in Paris. So yeah, I'm super happy.
And talk us about how the race played out for you. What were your tactics?
I feel like it could have been ran anyway. I wanted to be up near the front, probably quicker than what it was at the bell. But doing the semi and final back to back, I feel like everyone was tired. It's tough. So yeah, I just wanted to save them for that last 100. I trusted myself. Could feel Mary pushing me on the back straight, but composure, and we got to the line first this time. So yeah, I'm super happy.
And as you were approaching the line, was it sinking in before you even crossed it?
Yeah, I had a little cheeky look up at the screen just to make sure. But you can't do nothing until you've crossed that line and it's cemented. And I'm now the Olympic champion for the next 4 years, and nobody can take that away from me. And yeah, I can't believe it.
And Keely, you've vocalised it all year. You've been confident. You've believed in yourself. That's quite a big thing to do, and to be able to achieve it now is huge.
Yeah, no, 100%. I feel like I've really grown over the last couple of years, and I think this year was a year you could really tell I'd really tried to make that step up. Not that the girls are incredible, but I knew to cross that line today I had to go one better than I ever have, and I feel like I have, and I feel like there's more there, and I'm just so pleased to do it today. Yeah, so the future's bright.
Absolutely. So many people here, so many people all around Great Britain and Northern Ireland looking on, cheering on for you, watch parties everywhere. There's big celebrations.
I know, I've seen all the support from home. I've seen people messaging me, and I appreciate it. I might not have got back to everyone yet, but I will do, and I've seen it all, and honestly it couldn't feel more amazing to have that support, and I'm just super happy I can bring it home, not just for me and my team, but for everybody, because it's not just me. My people know who they are. It's a whole team effort, so this is our gold medal.
huge congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, apologies if Keely Hodgkinson hasn't got back to you. She's been a bit busy winning a gold medal at the Paris Olympics in the 800 metres. It happened just before 9 o'clock, and we've just received a message from another sports person who went to her school.
Oh, congratulations, Keely. I've just been screaming at the telly. So proud of you. Everyone was rooting for you back home. You've done us all proud, and Fred Longworth proud as well. Enjoy the celebrations. Come on, Keely!
I don't know what they're doing at that school, but that was Ella Toon, Lioness, as well, reflecting on a brilliant win for Keely Hodgkinson. And the excitement has just gone up a notch here inside the Stade de France, because we're just waiting for Mondo Duplantis to get underway. The clock has started. So Conor McNamara, you've got a few seconds to bring us up to date with this semi-final match between France and Egypt.
Still France 0, Egypt 0 in Lyon. Just over half an hour to play. France are trying to move it up a notch, trying to apply some pressure. Egypt being forced to play deeper and deeper. No goals yet. 2 shots on target each. Spain await in the final. France 0, Egypt 0 for now.
Mondo Duplantis has grasped his pole. Here he goes, Catherine Merry.
Has indeed, and he's ready to rock and roll. The event presentation team here are doing a wonderful job. They put a really good rocky song on. I'm sure that's coming across for our listeners on 5 Live. They put like a karaoke words on the 2 big screens. Mondo Duplantis is just giving everybody a huge cheesy grin. And look how they've responded to him. Here we go then. Third attempt at a new world record of 6 metres and 25. We've heard from the queen of the track this evening, Keely Hodgkinson, picking up gold in the women's 800 metres. And potentially for a new world record to close this wonderful evening session here in the Stade de France. An Olympic gold medal winner again, Mondo Duplantis, in the bright vest in yellow of Sweden. Third and final attempt at a new world record. Can he end it in style? Yes! Mondo Duplantis, you absolute rock star. The world record in the men's pole vault, along with a gold medal. He runs across to his fiancée, hugs and kisses all around. You cannot script a better night of track and field. You have Olympic gold with Keely Hodgkinson finally turning silver to gold. And the poster boy, Mondo Duplantis, controlling 80,000 people in the Stade de France with a new world record.
I'm speechless. I cannot believe what I've just seen. He came out to ABBA and he did a world record to some French rock song that I've never heard of, but I tell you what,
everyone else in here had.
Everyone else knew it. Oh, the guy he loves these big occasions. I mean, you're right, Kath. The stadium press team, the timetabling, the script writers got it right, because Sweden, his homeland where he was born in America as well, he competes for his mother's country, Sweden. Between
Nobody
America,
is leaving.
Sweden and Great Britain, we're all going wild tonight.
They won't leave, because not only are they witnessing the greatest of all time, they're witnessing somebody who they really love. Seb Coe again is to our right. He's not hugging, if he's not hugging Keely Hodgkinson, he's going along the line of some of the biggest names in track and field and shaking their hand and saying, this is what we do in athletics. We deliver world records and Olympic golds at the same time. Absolutely phenomenal. There's so many Mondo fans in here. When we arrived here this evening, the fans were in their seats early. Me and Alison were reading just some of the banners that the fans had around that pole vault area. One girl, a little girl, had a big banner saying, Mondo, it's my birthday. Can you give me a gift of a world record?
And he obviously saw it.
Bon anniversaire to her.
Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. This is why we love track and field. It just never, ever fails to deliver on the biggest stage possible, the Olympic Games. Wow.
He's completely swamped. You cannot see Mondo Duplantis. He's come back from his family. The photographers are swamping him. Is a wonderful picture on both of the screens of all the three medalists: Mondo Duplantis of Sweden, Sam Kendricks of the USA, and Emanuel Karelis of Greece. Unbelievable, Kelly. It's been an absolutely outstanding one for the ages here in terms of Olympic gold for Keely Hodgkinson and a world record in the pole vault.
Tell you what else we've had
the week as well.
I tell you what else we've had. We've had a goal in the football, Conor McNamara.
Yeah, it's not a world record, but it's a reverberating moment at these Olympics because France trail Egypt in the football semi-final. Thierry Henry's side go behind after Alexander Lacazette fluffed the best chance of the game down the other end. Should have scored from just a few yards out against the run of play. Mahmoud Saber goes down the other end and scores for Egypt, and France are in trouble. Julien Laurent.
Absolutely. The French fear those quick transition forward from Egypt, and that's exactly how they got punished.
They've got time. They've over 25 minutes plus the stoppages, but France need a goal or their Olympic journey will end in Lyon tonight. France 0, Egypt 1, 64 minutes on the clock as Chotard misses a header from close range. Going to be a good finish now.
Thank you very much for that, Conor McNamara. You've got a team of middle-aged women for you here in the Stade de France, and they're playing Dancing Queen. And everybody is on their feet. We don't buy into cliches at all. 5 Live Sport. What a night at the Stade de France. Within the space of a few minutes, Keely Hodgkinson took gold. We saw the gold medal ceremony for the fastest man in the world, Noah Lyles. Then we saw Mondo Duplantis break the world record in the pole vault. Andrew Pozzi has been with us as well throughout the course of the evening. Andrew, do you fancy coming back if it's going to be like that?
From time to time, I wonder how he keeps on doing it, but look at what it means to him. I don't know how many world records he's had, but it's so many, and still look at the emotion it gives him. It's absolutely phenomenal, and the crowd are completely in sync with him.
Thank you so much for joining us, Andrew. Been an absolute pleasure talking to you. Let's get to the 3x3 basketball and John Akers.
Yeah, the 3x3, which is underway, and with only 2 minutes left in the gold medal match between Germany and Spain, it's all tied up at 12 points each. It's first to 21 wins it, as Spain hit a 2-pointer from outside the 3-point line, if that makes sense. Everything from everywhere else on the court scores a point. Really exciting. Germany, Spain. Later we've got the men's final as well for you, and France are involved in that as Spain go another point clear of Germany, who beat them in the pool game. 1:47 left. It's Germany 13, Spain 15 in the gold medal match.
Thank you very much for that, John. What a day it has been today. Silver and bronze for Team GB in the kayak cross. Bronze for Great Britain in a dramatic triathlon mixed team relay. There was a gold and a world record for Great Britain's women in the velodrome, the team sprint finals. That's what they won, an incredible performance for them. Inside the Stade de France, we saw Britain's women progress to the women's 200 metres final. That will be taking place tomorrow. We also saw Mondo Duplantis break the world record, and he's making his way over to the bell inside the Stade de France, and you will hear him ring that in just a second. Here he goes. Duplantis, Olympic champion and world record. He was the world record holder. He's a world record breaker tonight as well. Let's go again tomorrow, shall we? In fact, let's bring you even more sport. There is live football taking place at the moment. Let's join Julien Laurent and Conor McNamara as France have it all to do to reach the Olympic gold medal match.
Thanks very much, Kelly. Yes, plenty of jeopardy in Lyon in front of 60,000 people. Thierry Henry is standing on the sidelines and he is stroking his chin, and he's wondering quite how his France team are trailing Egypt here by 1-0. Since we last spoke to you, France had another glorious opportunity. It was about 3 chances in one. Lacazette and Mateta both coming close to scoring. There was even a shout for a penalty, but Egypt at the moment are hanging on.
They are, and I mean, what an incredible game, really, because that second half, Egypt had nothing. Connor, really, we said it, France were all over them, moving the ball quite well, putting them under pressure. But like we said, we've seen this Egyptian team before in the tournament, very good in those counter-attack, quick transitions forward. Zizou, Adel, Saber, who scored the goal, moving forward very quickly when it matters, and that's exactly what Thierry Henry didn't want, and how he didn't want his team to get caught, and that's exactly how his team got caught.
Neither coach has made a substitution yet in the game. We've almost played 70 minutes. Plenty familiar names on both sides, with Mo El Neni captaining Egypt, the midfielder who recently left Arsenal. He's gone to the Al Jazeera club in the United Arab Emirates. But for the French, Michael Olise, recently joining Bayern Munich. Jean-Philippe Mateta, who got those 13 goals in his last 13 Premier League games for Crystal Palace last season. And Alexander Lacazette, the former Arsenal striker, 33 years of age. This is his home pitch. He plays with Lyon, and he would love to be the man to pick up a big moment to drag France back into this game. There's a delay because the Egyptian goalkeeper is saying that he is hurt. That's the booze of the background. So while there's a delay here, let's go to the 3x3 basketball. Here's John Akers.
Oh, it's an exciting finish in the women's gold medal match here, Connor. Germany 17, Spain 16, with 7.8 seconds left. Spain in possession, and they've called the timeout with 7.8 seconds left to try and get a shot off. If they score a 2-pointer, they will take the lead and win gold, I would have thought. If it's a 1-pointer, they will take it into overtime, where the first to 2 points wins it. It is such an exciting finish to this match. Spain in possession then. The referee throws the ball to the Germans, and then they hand it back, packed at the Place de la Concorde in Paris. 4 seconds to go. They've got a chance to put one up here. Spain, no, they've missed it. It's time out. One shot goes in. Oh, it's off the rim. It's off the rim with a jump shot from Spain, and Germany are the Olympic champions in 3x3 basketball. They didn't even qualify for Tokyo, and the team ranked 4th in the world beat them all on the biggest stage of them all. Germany are the champions, Connor.
Thank you very much to John Akers. And for the Place de la Concorde, back to Lyon, where it is still France 0, Egypt 1. The Egyptian goalkeeper Hamza Allah was down receiving treatment. It did give the television director a chance to show the action replay of his save to deny Jean-Philippe Mateta just a few minutes ago. Hamza Allah is okay to continue, and France will have a throw in midway inside their opponent's half left-hand side. France wearing the blue shirts, the white shorts, the red socks. Egypt in white, and France have possession with Loic Badet, the Sevilla defender. He's hit the post in this game. That's how close France have been, and Egypt are sitting very deep now. All their outfield players are within 10-15 yards of their penalty area that they defend left-hand side of the field as we look down. 71 minutes on the clock. Bada trying to get close to the penalty area. Joris Chotard of Montpellier, who's a very elegant midfielder. He's worked a nice 1-2 here, and Olise to the edge of the penalty area. France trying to carve open a little bit of space for a shot. Truffert, the left back, hangs one in. Good rise though from Omar Fayad, and then when it drops down to that man again, Chotard, he wasn't able to keep his composure, and it's another French attempt off target. Julien Laurent.
Yeah, they will need something special. This was good, moving the ball from right to left. Truffert on the left-hand side has been a good asset for them. They clearly, part of the game plan was to isolate him one-on-one for him to cross the ball. And we see Akliouche. This is always going to be a difficult one, this one, on a half volley like that, even if he's on his strongest foot. The French, we need something a bit special. We haven't seen enough of Mateta or Lacazette so far.
Yeah, Mateta and Lacazette, who are two of the allowed overage players that you can have. You can have 3 players over the age of 23. Mateta and Lacazette are the 2 on the field for France who are over that age group. But the midfield is young. Aklouche, Andy Diouf of Lens, and Joris Chotard of Montpellier. And they have dominated, particularly most of this second half. In the engine room, France have been able to get forward. But it's inside the penalty area where that decisive finish has eluded them.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's not the first time in this tournament, Connor. They haven't been as efficient as they should have been. Lacazette especially, yes, he scored in the first game, but overall the French have created enough chances in all their games so far and haven't just been clinical enough. And it's a shame that so far it's been exactly the same scenario, because they've had enough chances to go 1-0 up, maybe even 2-0 up, even going back to 1-1 after they were caught by that Egyptian goal. And just that bit of composure in the box, whether it's on a cross, on a pass, or from a shot.
Right, there was an attempt from a very far way out from Zizou there, the number 14 for Egypt, who's been playing as the right winger. He was probably closer to the centre circle than he was the penalty area. It smacked a little bit of desperation, but it is an illustration of how difficult that Egypt have found it to come forward in the game, and that's why the goal that they have scored through Mahmoud Saber has proved to be so important for Egypt. The clock ticks on, just over a quarter of an hour of regulation time to go here. France in search of an equaliser at 1 down. They will come forward towards the edge of the penalty area again with Andy Diouf, then back in field from Truffert. Strong challenge comes in from an Egyptian midfielder on Lacazette, and the referee has given the free kick to France. It's probably outside of shooting range, but it's a good platform here to get the ball into the box.
Yeah, and we saw Désiré Doué, the young and 19-year-old, very exciting Rennes attacking midfielder, who are some big clubs in England, in Germany, Bayern Munich, and some of the Premier League clubs are chasing in this summer to come on very, very soon. I would expect probably for a Diouf or a Chotard, and bring a bit of attacking flair in place of a more defensive-minded midfielder.
Right, so the free kick, the best part of 15 yards outside of the penalty area, slightly left of centre as France come forward. Michael Olise is standing over it, so too Adrien Truffert, who plays for Rennes. He's got one senior cap for France, and the Egyptian team are holding a line right on the edge of their penalty area. Truffert clips it in, Lacazette rises, it's come back off the post, here's the follow-up, and it's off the post again! Twice off the woodwork for France. Loic Bade, the Sevilla defender, hits the woodwork personally for the second time in the game, and France really cannot get any closer to an equaliser than that in Lyon.
Oh, I mean, the Lacazette header is a great header, but then I don't know how Bade doesn't score. I think it's harder to miss, because he's in the 6-yard box and the ball comes from quite close. Akliouche with the cross, and he's there. There's just almost nobody in goal, and then he hits the top of the bar.
So the change for France, Andy Diouf will make way. Désiré Doué comes on for France. This will be so frustrating for Thierry Henry, one of the most gifted finishers that we've seen in French football, and he has seen Mateta miss, he's seen Lacazette miss, he's seen earlier on in the game Truffert, who had some brilliant technique but wasn't able to beat the goalkeeper. He's seen Bade, the centre-back, hit the woodwork twice as Doué announces his arrival into the game by giving away a free kick on the halfway line and a foul on Ahmed Koka.
But his substitution makes sense, to be fair. He's been a great super sub for France. He could probably be a starter as well, but he's more attacking again than a Diouf, for example, or Chotard. Chotard is going to sit now, and we will have Akliouche, Olise, and Doué, which is very attacking midfield, if you want, and then obviously Mateta and Lacazette up front. They have to go for it now.
Yeah, France 0, Egypt 1. This is 5-5 for the BBC at the Olympic Games. This game being held in Lyon. As Doué, right on the edge of the penalty area with some twinkle toes, tries to take them all on. He's swarmed upon by Egyptian defenders, who have got an Olympic gold medal match in their sights now, if they can hold on for the next quarter hour or so here in eastern France. As into the penalty area on the right-hand side come the French again. It's Sili Dilia, and he can't get enough elevation on the delivery. It ricochets off the defender Abdelmajid, and out for a corner to France on the right-hand side. Julien.
Yeah, Olise will take it probably like he's been taking all the set pieces. Olise has been an outstanding corner in this tournament, and it's great, I guess, that he's moved to Bayern Munich for obviously a lot of money, 60 million euros, which just happened before, and now Bayern must be very happy to sign him.
Mateta waits inside the 6-yard box for this Michael Olise delivery. Header is won by Omar Fayed on the edge of the 6-yard box. It comes down to Lukeba, Castello Lukeba of Leipzig, and he can't keep the shot down. It's another attempt off target for France, who have 13 minutes plus the stoppages to find an equaliser here.
At least we know that there's probably going to be a lot of added time. We heard like this been through the whole tournament. It's a bit like a FIFA rule more than UEFA rule, because you and I were in Germany for the men's Euros, and there was certainly not as much as it time than what we saw in Qatar, the last World Cup, for example. But then we saw here in this Olympic tournament. Thierry Henry and one of his other assistants, not Gaël Clichy, but Gérald Batic, the former Auxerre number 9, discussing what is the next option. Do you go for another forward and you keep Mateta and Lacazette, for example, and you take Akliouche off? Or do you get one of Lacazette and Mateta, I guess maybe more Mateta, off to bring Kalou Mwendo, for example, or another forward?
France 0, Egypt 1 in the Olympic semi-finals. Spain already await in the final, having beaten Morocco earlier on today. There was a late winner in that game. Will there be some late drama in Lyon? Is Egypt trying to relieve a little bit of pressure out of the defence? Ibrahima Adel brings it over the halfway line, doesn't have much support, holding it up, frustrating Loïc Badé, and Egypt hold on to possession as they retreat back into their own half again. I mean, what a couple of years it has been for Spain across every age group, across men's football, women's football. Spain winning everything at the moment, and whichever of these two teams, Egypt or France, do go through to reach them in the final, the Spanish will be feeling that the stars are aligning for them at the moment. As things stand, it's going to be Egypt who go through, but France, you just feel with the regularity, Julien, that they've been creating chances, they're going to get a few more opportunities. The question is, can they make one stick?
You're right, Conor. They will have more. They will have those chances coming in the box, and then it's down to those key players, especially because Lacazette is the one that you want to be able to rely on in those kind of moments. We've said together when we were preparing for the game that he's had a difficult relationship with the French team, the French A team. Didier Deschamps was never a fan. He had a few caps, but when he was the best player in Ligue 1, top goal scorer, never got picked. When he was good at Arsenal, never got picked. And for him to be here as the captain, number 10,
this is Lacazette inside the penalty area, pulls it back for Olise, shot on target, but it lacked power. And the goalkeeper Ala got down to his left-hand save to make a comfortable diversion. Olise tried to pass it into the net. He didn't put the laces through it, Julien. He tried to pick his spot, and that spot was too close to the keeper.
Inside of his left foot, Conor. I don't know why he doesn't go with the laces, like you said, and go through the ball. Instead, he tried to direct it. It's more on the keeper than in a corner, for example, and that's a massive chance. But that's what they need to do. That little 1-2 between Olise, Lacazette holding the ball up just inside the box and lay it back for Olise to try to finish. This is the idea, because crosses are good, but now we can see it's a back five because El Neni plays almost as a defender for Egypt. They're very tall, they're very strong in the air, so crosses, I'm not sure how much they're going to work, but intricate play, much better, I think.
Here come France again, just outside the penalty area. Sildilia lays the ball infield to Truffert. The two fullbacks trying to come infield on the edge of the Egyptian penalty areas. Another free kick is given away, and the referee wants to have a word with Osama Faisal, who is the centre forward. He is appealing that Lukebia was actually diving there, but the referee has given the free kick, and it's another opportunity to France. But we're into the final 10 minutes of the 90 now. France 0, Egypt 1 in Lyon at the Paris Olympics.
It's similar to the free kick that we had earlier when Lacazette hit the post, Conor. Remember 7 minutes ago, and then Badé hit the crossbar as well. Chotard is going to take this one as well. Let's see if it's a similar combination with Lacazette, or maybe Mateta kind of towards the penalty spot. The free kick is on the left if you're looking at the goal.
Played in by Chotard. Too many Egyptian defenders back there. Good powerful header, sends it back towards the centre circle. France playing from right to left as we look down. Chotard gets another opportunity to play it in. Olise, good strength, holds it up. Chance of a shot comes in from Lukeba, but again it's dragged away off target, and this is becoming worrying for Thierry Henry now. You know, we speak across so many Olympic sports, Julien, about being able to nail your big moment on the day. We know these footballers are all elite. They play for big clubs around Europe, but one of them has got to take a chance now, or France are going out of the Olympic football.
And it's all about how you manage those emotions, Con. And I think they started with a lot of nerves. You could see it clearly. It was the same in the semi-final. They started well, but after that, in the quarterfinal, the nerves kicked on again. We see Ryan Cherki, who's also from Lyon, who's a magician on the ball when he wants to, when he feels like showing it and turning up. Let's see if he can make a difference. But you're right, this is where you count your leaders, where you count your best players. And right now in this game, we haven't seen enough of those leaders and that leadership for France, and that's why they're in that position.
Thierry Henry, the French coach, assisted by his old Arsenal teammate Gaël Clichy, as France come forward. Mateta in the penalty area will score! Brilliant finish!
Et voilà!
Crystal Palace striker, and he immediately runs into the net, and he grabs the ball to sprint back to the halfway line. Thierry Henry needed a saviour there, and it's Jean-Philippe Mateta who's produced the goods. It's his third goal of these Olympic Games.
Oh, and the ball from Michael Olise, and we said Olise has been a star in this tournament for France. Coming inside, great ball, great through ball, one touch finish from Mateta, brilliant. He hasn't been great, I think he touched the ball like 11 times so far, but the one that mattered was this one corner, and now that changes everything, and the celebration on the bench from Thierry and everybody else just shows the relief.
Two huge chances from Mateta earlier on in the game, but we said France would get more opportunities. And Mateta, who was arguably one of the most informed strikers in the Premier League over the second half of the season since the new coach came in, he got 13 goals in 13 Premier League games to the end of the season, did Jean-Philippe Mateta. And Thierry Henry has trusted him to lead the line along with captain Alexander Lacazette. And Mateta is repaying that faith, and back to 1-1. You've got to think, Julien, that the momentum is with France now, because Egypt have been in damage limitation mode, trying to hold on to that lead for a long time now.
Yeah, and they have to go for it now. Give the ball to Olise, give the ball to Doué. Lacazette now on the edge of the box.
Edge of the penalty area, plays a lovely little ball. Altlouche tried to pull it back, Mateta back heel will find the net, but the whistle had blown. Ball had, I think, got out of play at the byline first. When it was played back, it was a clever back-heeled finish into the net, but the ball had left the field of play before coming back on again. But it's a scare for Egypt, because France have got wind in their sails now.
Yeah, the ball is out corner, but the move was great again on that right-hand side. Olise involved, Altlouche involved. We said it's a very attacking team, really like a 4-1-3-2 from Thierry and the French, but it's working. And now Egypt, who were very comfortable sitting deep and trying to defend, will have to re-attack again, and it's never easy. It's obviously never easy to do.
Well, clock is ticking on. We could be heading towards extra time in Lyon. France 1, Egypt 1. Let's go back to the 3x3 basketball, 3-against-3 basketball, and John Akers.
Yeah, 3x3 has just begun, the gold medal match, the men's final, and France in action here. France 1, Netherlands 0, and with Rambo in their side, the French have drawn first blood. So you get 1 point for scoring inside the three-point line if you were, and 2 points for scoring outside it. Played on a half-court, raucous outdoor atmosphere, the Place de la Concorde. It is bouncing. The French taking on the Netherlands, who beat them in the pool match. France leading 1-0 with 9 minutes to go.
Thank you very much, John. 5 minutes of normal time to play in Lyon. There will be some extras added on. Mateta has just been deemed to be onside for the goal again. They've put up that graphic that we see at the Euros, the sort of 3D VAR graphic, but it was tied, Julian. That's an example of a striker timing the through run to perfection.
And you know why they brought Mateta here? Because they knew Olise would come, and they wanted the relationship between Olise and Mateta from those 2 years at Crystal Palace together. Otherwise, Mateta would not be here today. He would not be if Olise was not in that team. They brought him in for that link-up play with Olise, for the understanding that they have, and he was on display at the right time tonight in the semi-final.
5 live for the BBC, the Olympic men's football semi-final. Egypt, who had taken the lead. France, who've come back to make it 1-1. In the other semi, Morocco took the lead against Spain, and Spain came back to win, and that's what Thierry Henry's side will be hoping to do now, as the ball is hooked away by Shahata long into the French half. It's controlled back there by Joris Chotard of Montpellier. He gives it to the left-hand side to Truffert. Now out to the left wing to Doué, who has made an impact since coming on. Lovely shuffle to the byline. Pulls it back. Mateta, fresh air shot. Truffert drills it in with his left-favoured right boot. And again, there's too many defenders in the way. And it's Zizou, the attacker, who was back helping out the Egyptian defence, who clears it away. But France banging on the door, Julien.
Such a great chance. Doué making it. We said how lovely, skillful and very tricky kind of attacking midfielder that he is. And Mateta, I mean, this is Mateta for you. Great finish on his goal, and he just misses the ball there in the 6-yard box to finish and win this game off. And that's why he's still not right up there with the best strikers and finishers in the Premier League, because he's capable for sure, but also he has those moments where he misses big chances.
Here come France again, down the left-hand side. Doué loses his feet. It'll be cleared away by Omar Fayed, and that is anywhere will do clearance. Just get it away up towards the halfway line, and France come again with Chotard. Plays the ball across to the right wing, trying to bring Michael Olise in. It feels that Olise has got what is required to try and pick the lock here, as Aklouche gives it back to Olise again, level with the edge of the penalty area, right-hand side. Left-footed delivery, Mateta got up early. He was maybe on the way back down again when his head connected with the header, but they are finding Mateta now in dangerous positions with 3 minutes to play.
Egypt struggling now. Connor really struggling under pressure. Almost every attack ends up with, at least a shot at goal. Maybe not always on target. This header is way above the bar from Mateta, but at least it's there. And every single time they attack, whether it's on the right-hand side, Olise, Aklouche, left-hand side, Truffert, Doué, they always seems to bring danger and pressure onto the Egyptian box.
A foul on Osama Faisal, who plays with the Zamalek club. Most of the Egyptians do play with clubs in their home nation. Mo El-Neni, former Arsenal player in the United Arab Emirates now. But this Egyptian team, which took its opportunity to score the goal to be in front against France, but they've not had anything like a convincing moment to suggest they've got a second goal in them. Remember, in the quarter-final, Egypt came through against Paraguay via a penalty shootout, and that might be what their Brazilian coach Rogério Micali might be thinking about at this stage, but it's a long way to go to that. Yellow card for France. Loic Bade shown yellow for a challenge near the centre circle. Cheers for the French crowd who don't like that decision. It's a game that has been played in a very good nature. We've not had many nasty challenges at all. Bade was leading with his arm. It's not a swing of an elbow, but it's a connection to the head with an arm, and that's why the referee has shown the card. Couple of changes coming on for the Egyptians. Atif, who's a defender, will come on, and Mazhar, who's a midfielder, will come on. So fresh legs being introduced by Rogério Micali, and I think Egypt need that, Julien. They've been blowing a gasket for the last 10 minutes or so since they've conceded the equaliser.
They need fresh legs, certainly. They need a bit of a reorganisation too, because they have been under pressure for most of that second half. Yes, they scored, but they need, for their game in transitions, Connor, they also need players who are not tired, and we saw Faisal, for example, working really hard up front, which is it's not easy at all. If there is extra time, he can't do it anymore. So it's completely understandable that they're just changing, reorganising a bit, and bringing new players if we have another half an hour.
5-9 from the BBC. Day 10 of the Paris Olympics. France won, Egypt won, with 30 seconds of regulation time remaining in Lyon. There'll be additionals added on. There's a lot of added time in the other semi-final, which was played at tea time today between Spain and Morocco. If it's still level at the end of the regulation time, it'll be extra time, then penalties if required, to see who goes through to the gold medal match. And El-Neni tries a rasping shot from a million miles out. That's the definition of speculative. The French goalkeeper Rest, who's only 19, teenager, he had accommodated that into his factory because he had erected a two-man wall, and that wall did enough. And now as Rest tries to come out, he's barged into by one of the Egyptians, and it's become feistier and more frustrated now in the closing stages. 6 minutes have been added on for extras.
I expected a little bit more, Connor, I won't lie, because we've had a goalkeeper, we've had the 2 goals in that second half, a few changes already, but 6 is enough for the French to create at least one more chance and maybe put this game to bed and qualify before extra time.
Will it be enough time for France to carve open another opportunity? They've had so many chances in the second period. Can Thierry Henry's side get a late winner to avoid the extra half hour and to progress to meet Spain in the final? Remember, it was Spain against France in the semis at the Euros in Germany earlier on this summer. Here come France again through the midfield. Chotard to his right-hand side, to Bade, over to the right wing, to Aklouche, the Monaco player, 22 years of age. Sends it across that was more high and dangling than threatening. And El-Neni was able to win the header on the edge of his own penalty area. And then coming out for the back, the substitute Atif has managed to play a good ball forward, and now Mazhar into the penalty area. Out comes Rest, and a big cheer for the French crowd as he dives down and bravely gets there ahead of Zizou.
Read this really well, the Toulouse goalkeeper. You mentioned him earlier, 19-year-old, the best goalkeeper in the tournament. What a future ahead of him he has. One more year, I think, in France for Toulouse, and then he will go somewhere much bigger. He's from Toulouse, it's his own club. he's just considered that one goal that we saw earlier from Saber all through the tournament.
Doué on the attack. Oh, brilliant run again to the byline, sends in across. He is hurdling over defenders' legs with ease. He looks really good on the ball, does Desiré Doué. A name to look out for sure. There's so much hype about him already as Egypt win possession back again with Omar Fayed, and he launches it forward ahead of Zizou. Zizou, who was back playing like a right back when Egypt had a 1-0 lead. Now they're trying to reassess and recombobulate, and Zizou's gone up into a little bit more of an attacking position because Egypt need that. They need an outlet here. Even if their eye is on a penalty shootout, they won't be able to just sit back and defend this French team for a half an hour of extra time.
No,
I'd be
absolutely.
seriously doubtful if they could.
Completely, and that's also what cost them in that second half. After their goal, they stopped playing completely and just defended, and really had the French been a bit more efficient, Con, they would have won this game already.
If you're joining our coverage late, earlier on Egypt scored first. Mahmoud Saber giving them the lead against the run of play in this second half. It's a game overall that France have dominated, but they've struggled to take their chances. They've hit the woodwork, I think, 4 times now. And Thierry Henry on another night might feel that they might have done enough to win it comfortably. Anyway, Mateta has produced the equaliser. Now can France get a winner? Truffert to the byline, swings it in. Fayed jumps again inside the 6-yard box. Egypt haven't got it away. France want a corner here. Did the ball go out? It did. Corner to France. We've reached the midway point of the 6 minutes of additional time, and this would be a perfect stage to get a winner.
Chotard will take it. We mentioned he'd been decent on set pieces from this side, so in swinging with his right foot so far in the tournament.
Joris Chotard stands and waits. France need to execute this corner kick well. 3 minutes of stoppage time have expired. Fayed again gets up and makes a jumping leak. It fell to Truffert well outside the box. He didn't connect cleanly with his shot, and then the referee's whistle is blown before Lacazette came forward to nudge a header goal bound. It was saved anyway by Hamza Allah, the Egyptian goalkeeper. Thierry Henry looks exasperated, and the referee has given the free kick against Bade, who was adjudged to be jumping with his hands on the defender's shoulders, and I'm not really sure he was. His hands were there, but they weren't on the shoulder. But these are the decisions that could go against you on big nights.
Yeah, and I think Thierry Henry was asking for handball and a few of the French players, but because the foul was given for the push prior to a potential handball, it would not be reviewed and not be given.
It's been an exciting night across all the various sports and disciplines in Paris. French attention at the moment on the football field in Lyon. The football matches have been played outside of Paris. There's been games in Nice and Marseille. And although the on-field decision was that Bade had fouled the defender, the video assistant referee is looking at this, and I'll tell you what, Fayed is a lucky boy. His hands are up, but the ball misses them initially. Then it comes off the head of Bade. Then it hits the defender's hand. And he's saying, well, hang on, there's nothing I can do. It's an instant ricochet right beside me. However, Julien, as we know, in this day and age, it's Coca, the defender. In this day and age, you cannot raise your hands in the penalty area if you're a defending player, because if it comes off you, you've a huge chance of being in big trouble, regardless who it hit beforehand.
Absolutely, and it's only if they will decide that Bade kind of little push into the Egyptian defender makes him then touch the ball with his hand. I don't think it was a foul like you initially, but definitely the ball hit his hand too, and now it looks like the referee might be waiting to see if they ask him to go and check the screen.
Well, you know, the issue here, just to paint the picture at home for listeners, France are hoping they get a penalty, high ball into the penalty area, in which the defender was jumping up, and as he leapt, he sort of dramatically swung his arms upwards because he was trying to intimate, I've been pushed in the back. Now, the ball didn't hit him initially. It hits the head of the French player behind him, then comes onto his hands from the rear. And, you know, Julien, I know, you know, we're sort of looking at this through French glasses. However, I think that would be a harsh penalty, having seen now these multiple replays. But you never know these days with VAR. The referee's been asked to come across and look at it himself. Now, remember, the on-field decision was no penalty, so the video assistant officials believe that this is worth another look at. Omar Fayed gets a yellow card for his complaint. He can't believe the referee's even going to look at this, and that's why he's so riled up. Are France about to get a penalty which could send them into the Olympic final?
The Egyptians are going mad. Their coach just got a yellow card too for complaining to the referee. They don't really understand why, because I think they consider, like you've just explained, Connor, that there was a foul initially that led to the handball. on Fayed, but we see it's a clear handball.
In freeze frame, you see a defender with his hands directly above his head like he's playing volleyball, and you see the ball hit him. So from that point of view, there's no dispute. The question is, why are his hands up so high? And he says it's because he's pushed. He's a silly boy. Even if you're pushed, don't put your hands up like that. Why has he done that? And it may be about to lose his team this game as the referee from Honduras, Said Martinez, continues to look at the pitch side monitor. You know, we saw a lot of quick decisions, Julian, at the Euros in Germany. This one seems to be taking an age.
Can you imagine the importance of this one, Connor, as well? Because if he gives a penalty with just a few seconds to go in this game, it will be an incredible turnaround and drama.
Bade's hands, no doubt, connect with the top of his back. Now, is it a huge forceful push? No. I think he's dramatising things. He's doing this salmon leap with the hands, stretching those arms in the air, almost before the moment of contact. And it's that slow motion they're looking at now. Another factor being that when it does hit his hand, he's now looking away from it. But if we're talking about natural position, that's the most unnatural position for a defender to be in. That's the thing that's mitigating him against him at the moment, regardless of anything else.
Yeah, and the ball would have stayed in play. Not that has any incidence on the decision taken, but the ball would have still been in play in that box had it not been touching the hands of Fayed. So the referee is taking a long time, Connor, to make his mind up and decide what to do with his VAR referees.
Well, while we wait, I mean, I always think, obviously, Julien, 5 Live listeners are very au fait with the sport of football, but all week at 5 Live we've been describing the rules of things, of maybe some sports which are more obscure to certain listeners. And can you imagine, if you're looking around the world and you're not a football fan, you're thinking, why are they showing the replay of this a million times? Why can't they decide if it is a penalty or not? Why do we have to wait minutes and minutes? And, you know, even if those of us used to the VAR charade are, like, you know, sometimes absolutely perplexed by it.
Here we go.
We have a decision. The referee, Said Martinez from Honduras, says... He's not indicated. What is he saying? He's... No penalty! He's explained it to say that the defender who handballed was pushed in the back, and that's why no penalty. I'll tell you, when they announce it over the stadium, it adds more drama because we're used to the defenders with hand signals either saying penalty or no penalty immediately. For a moment I was wondering why he was pausing. It's because in the Olympics they announce it to the crowd, and that explanation, as you can imagine, has gone down like a lead balloon in Lyon. The French crowd not happy. Rogério Micali, the Brazilian coach of the Egypt team, well, he breathes a huge sigh of relief. We've now played over almost 10 minutes of stoppage. There was only supposed to be 6. What late drama in this men's football semi-final.
Incredible. And I think, Connor, to be fair, is probably the right decision. It would have been a very, very harsh penalty to give against Egypt in that. I know it's silly to put his hand up like that, but there was a little bit of a push from Bade on Fayed.
There was. We would have heard an awful lot about that. It would have been seen as a home decision had it been awarded to France. I still think he's a lucky boy. You put your hands up in the penalty area, you are taking your life in your own hands there, and you know, circumstances have helped get him out of jail just a little bit as Adel tries to attack down the left for Egypt. Egypt, who did lead 1-0 earlier on in the second half before Jean-Philippe Mateta's wonderfully taken equaliser, running into the penalty area, gliding it in beyond the Egyptian goalkeeper. There's still only been the one substitution made by Thierry Henry, and as he now looks to the prospect of extra time, he'll be looking towards his bench and seeing where he can strengthen for the big push.
Yeah, there's other options on the bench. Connor Kalimuendo, who we mentioned before, if you want another forward. There's Magasa as a defensive midfielder, for example, or at the back. You can go 3 at the back as well if you want to, and have 2 wide players, 2 wing backs. There's a lot of things they can do, but for now they have been the best team in that second half. They've got the momentum. If nobody is too tired, if there's no little injuries, they can keep those 11 there for the start of the first half of extra time.
Well, these semi-finals in the men's football of the Olympics have certainly been close. Spain coming from behind earlier on today, France coming from behind here, 1-1 in Lyon. And we are now in the 12th minute of stoppage time when there was only supposed to be 6. That's how long it took to do that dragged out VAR review. Here come Egypt. Zizou on the right-hand side, whose nickname must come from the famous Frenchman. Has to. As the ball is played back towards Atif. Good delivery into the penalty area. Sildilia was unsure, and the ball sat up in front of Mohamed Sober, the Egyptian who scored earlier in the game, and France are relieved that he got underneath that and he ballooned it into the crowd. But the most relieved Frenchman in Lyon is Kylian Sildilia, because he nearly presented Egypt with a winner there.
Oh, it's a good half chance that on the edge of the box from Saber. The ball was spinning a bit, and I think him being leaning back plus the spin on the ball made that shot quite difficult, and he went way over the bar.
Referee blows the whistle for the end of the regulation, 90, and it is 1-1 in Lyon. We are going to have an additional 30 minutes of extra time. There may well be penalties required, as there were when Egypt beat Paraguay in the quarter-final on penalties. France, if you are not aware, because I know there's been so much going on in Paris 2024, they eliminated Argentina in their quarter-final. Again, not a high-scoring game. It was 1-0 to France. And I think, Julien, the story of those 90 minutes, which became 102 minutes, is that France created an awful lot of chances, and they are mightily relieved that they took one of them, but should have scored more.
Should have scored more, should have won this game within the 90 minutes for sure. They hit the post twice, the crossbar as well, and they had clear chances really to put this game to bed, and instead they will have to go more drama.
Right, let's get back to events at the Place de la Concorde, which is amazing, illuminated in the night sky of Paris. John Akers watching 3x3 men's final basketball.
Every vantage point is taken as the second free throw drops through the net from Seguela of France. It's France versus the Netherlands, and it's France 15, Netherlands 14, with 49 seconds to go, and the French in possession. It's 2 for a basket outside the line and 1 for a basket anywhere else on the court, as Rambo goes up with a layup, and it's tipped in by Seguela, and they've got a 2-point lead here, the French, and if there was a roof on this place, it would come off as the Netherlands get one back quickly. 1-point game again. France 16, Netherlands 15, 25 seconds to go. The French in possession. Allez les Bleus, shout the crowd, looking for a gold medal here in this gold medal match. Driving to the basket is Rambo, but misses, and it goes behind, and the clock will stop at 16 seconds, and the Netherlands will be in possession with 16 seconds left and 1 point down. This is extraordinary. So every single seat taken, and they're crowded all around the Place de Concorde watching, and the referees have gone across just to have a word with the table officials here, just to decide who is in possession of the ball, and it will be the Netherlands with their star man Noah de Jong in possession of the ball. The number 54 is going to take on the 2-point shot, and it's hit the back of the basket, and it's come out, but the Netherlands have got possession. 9 seconds to go. They need 1 point to take it into overtime. De Jong dribbles through his legs, drives to the basket and makes the shot. 1 second to go. France throw one up, and it's just hit the rim of the basket. Extraordinary finish in this brilliant, fast-paced, exciting sport. We're gonna go to overtime, and this is how it works. Extra time in the football with Connor on 5 Live. Extra time in the basketball between the French and the Netherlands in the gold medal match, and the French supporters cannot believe it as de Jong made that incredible basket after the drive. What a play from the 6'4", 36-year-old. So this is how overtime works, okay? So this is how it works. The first team to 2 points right now, there's virtually no rest, will win the game. A reminder that you score 2 points for shooting outside the 3-point line, as we would know it in 5-on-5 basketball, and we're straight into it. First to 2 points wins, with the Netherlands in possession, and de Jong puts up the 2, and it rattles out, and France have got possession, and they'll drive to the basket, and they'll make a 1. So possession goes back to the Netherlands. France need 1 more point. Can the Netherlands respond here? De Jong with the ball down low. Loads of pick and roll so far in this. Loads of shields. De Jong's going to throw one up from distance. Oh my goodness me! He's done it! From downtown, Noah de Jong. What a moment for the Netherlands! Oh my goodness me! From 3 yards out the 3-point line, he throws down a 2, and the Netherlands win the gold medal in front of the French supporters. and they are chest bumping and flexing, the Dutch, and the French look desolated in the Place de Concorde. Silver for France. Extraordinary finish in the 3x3. I love it, Connor. It's sick, it's lit, it's a sport that's here to stay. It gets some criticism, but I tell you what, you watch it for a bit and tell me you don't love it. That was brilliant sport.
He's got all the lingo now, brilliantly described by John Akers. Netherlands beating France in overtime in the 3x3 men's basketball final, and it's overtime of a different nature that we're now focusing in on 5 Live. It is extra time in the men's Olympic semi-final. What a day it's been for North African nations in the football. Earlier on, Morocco got into their semi-final but beaten by Spain. Here Egypt have had the lead against France before Jean-Philippe Mateta was able to drag it back to 1-1. So 15 minutes each way, maybe penalties to come to see who goes through to play Spain in the in the final itself. Julien Laurens is watching this one with me.
Oh, I would be nervy, but the French need to keep doing what they did in the last 20 minutes of that second half, Connor, where they were good with the ball. A lot went through Michael Olise, the best player in this team, one of the best players of the tournament by far, creating, bringing a really good rhythm to it, putting the Egyptian defense under pressure. Keep doing the same, and there's no reason why they can't create more chances and take them.
What a day it's been across Paris 2024. Keely Hutchinson winning Olympic gold in the 800 metres. We heard the brilliant scenes of the pole vaulting where Armando Duplantis broke another world record. And here in Lyon, Doué, who's been a revelation, is hacked down on the left wing. And that's going to be a yellow card. Yellow card showed to Omar Fayed. It's a second yellow. Remember, he was booked complaining about the VAR review. So the man who plays in Serbia will have to walk off the field. And right at the start of extra time, Egypt are reduced to 10 men. What a chance now for Thierry Henry's France.
I mean, Doué has been great, we said it, on that left-hand side. He's just so electric with the ball. This is why Chelsea, especially Chelsea and Manchester United, are so keen on him, like PSG, like Bayern Munich. But does Fayed need really to make that tackle there? He knows he's on a yellow. He knows this is very risky. He knows also that he can't get to the ball. And I'm just not sure really to let your team down like that and let them at 10 men for 30 minutes. I'm not sure if it was worth it.
10-man Egypt have it all to do now. 1-1 against France in France at the Olympic football semi-final. The free kick will be just a few yards from the byline left-hand side where Doué was hacked down. Busy penalty area waits. They're all crowded around the edge of the 6-yard box. France playing from left to right as we look down in this second half. Hamza Allah, the Egyptian goalkeeper, just standing one pace off his goal line, and they're going to make a change here before defending the set piece, which you don't see happen very often. Ibrahima Adel is going to make away, and Mohamed Tarek will come on in his place. So, and the introduction of, well, from one point of view, fresh legs, but also they got to get a defender on, having had Fayed sent off. So at least they've got a back four to defend this free kick. Played in swinger, punched away, double fist of the goalkeeper out for a corner.
Yeah, good free kick from Chotard. It looked like he was going for that top first post, if you want, that top corner. It's a good free kick corner now that will take himself.
Yeah, Joris Chotard to take the corner. Left-hand side as France come forward. In swinger, looking to pick out Sildilia, who was on the edge of the 6-yard box, but I don't know if they come off his ear or his shoulder, but it wasn't a clean connection. It's a goal kick to Egypt. It is still 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1. Good save by Hamza before the corner, that first attempt from Chotard. And then Sildilia, who scored on the corner in the group stages. The French, who've been good on corners. Mateta scored the winner against Argentina in the quarterfinals from the corner as well, from the other side. So set pieces on which they worked a lot in getting ready for this tournament have been very important for the French.
Other highlights of the evening so far for Team GB. Brilliant evening for them in the Velodrome. That's all underway now with the women's team sprint gold and a new world record as well. 45.186 seconds. Brilliant night in the Velodrome, and that is going to be repeated, I'm sure, in the coming days as Team GB show what they can do on the track. Dean Asher-Smith and Daryl Nater through to the women's 200-metre final. You'll be hearing all about it later on in 5 Live as Egypt tried to come forward here in Lyon and tried to re-establish something in this game. Zizou's decent ball out to the right-hand side. Mazar, one of the substitutes, can't get anywhere near the penalty area. This is about as far up the field as Egypt have been in over half an hour's game time. Decent pass played to Saber, just on the edge of the penalty area, but outstretches the leg of, I think it was Lloyd Bade there on the edge of the penalty area. France get it back, and now can they counter? Because Egypt haven't pushed up much like this, and Sildilia, if he's quick enough, can release Olise, and Olise tries to get into the penalty area down the right-hand side, hurdles over the defender, cuts back onto his left boot. The shot is deflected, and it bounces over the roof of the net. That's the best we've seen from Olise in the last 15-20 minutes of game time.
Oh, so good on one-on-one situation, the dribbling, and then come inside onto his left foot, and he was just a little bit unfortunate with the shot. But that, I mean, he's such a great player, and I know with the Premier League he's been injured a lot. We haven't maybe seen him at his best consistently with Palace up to the end of last season, but so good.
There was a swagger about Olise there. There was a bit of Ronaldinho about the way he just flicked his foot to guide the ball away from the opponent. Ball comes in, Bade rises, can't get a clean connection on it. Might have hit him on the nose, but the ball dropped onto the ground, and Egypt relieved to clear it away. The French goalkeeper, Guillaume Rest, he's only 19 years of age, wearing bright orange. He's up at the halfway line. That's how pushed up France are. What a pass from the kid. He's picked out Doué on the left-hand side. 3 defenders to take on. Doué showing strength. How's he managed to hold on to it? Too much strength in the referee's view. He's deemed that to be a foul. Doué will say it was a shoulder charge. Free kick to Egypt on the edge of their penalty area. Still 1-1 in the semi-final.
Still 1-1, but that's a big chance. And I don't know if Bade maybe is bothered because Sildilia jumps just in front of him, but that's a free header, clear header for Bade to score.
Looking on from the sideline, Omar Fayed, the number 2, the Egypt defender who's been sent off right at the start of extra time, making this battle so difficult for his teammates who were already under enormous pressure. Ball goes out of play. Mazar turns, looks desperately at the referee, hoping to get a free kick. Referee says no, and it will be a throw into France left full-back position. Other Team GB medals today: Joe Clark with silver, Kimberly Woods with bronze in kayak cross, and there's another bronze in the triathlon mixed team relay as well today. Simone Biles had to settle for silver after all the goals that she's already won at the Bercy Arena. 96, almost 97 minutes played in Lyon. France won, Egypt won. The 10 men of Egypt feeling under immense pressure, but they are hanging on, Julien. There is a spirit about this team you've got to admire for the North Africans.
Yeah, and Zayed is coming on for Saber, position for position in midfield to bring fresher legs. And we said that Thierry Henry was about to bring Ryan Cherki on, then the goal happened, and Cherki sat back, and surely at some point Thierry is going to make a change, because this French team is doing well right now. There's been chances, but you could always change something with your substitution.
Yeah, it suggests that he's happy with the players who are out there because they are creating chances, and he's trusting that, just like they came up with a late equaliser inside 90 minutes, that they'll come up with a goal to win this ahead of a penalty shootout. But fatigue has got to come into it, and we speak about these professional players who play with clubs, and they've all had busy seasons already, and here they are playing this extra tournament in the calendar. To keep 10 players on the field into extra time in a semi-final, Julien, that feels kind of brave from Thierry Henry.
Yeah, I have to say, Conor, I don't really understand it all, because I think, again, we said there's different options on the bench for him. If he wants another striker, we mentioned Kalumendo. If he wants a midfielder, Magasa can come on. He's got Ryan Cherki, who's a great number 10 too, because Akliouche seems a little bit tired too. So there's options. He must feel that the team is playing well like he wants, and there's no need to change anything, and maybe breaks the fluidity of it.
Here is Lacazette, the oldest player in the French team. He's still showing a bit of energy up against Hossam Abdelmajid. It was a battle to the byline. Lacazette trying to cross it in, and what he did manage to do was play it off the shin of the defender for a corner, which France have taken quickly. Olise hangs it in. Here's the chance. Matata! Jean-Philippe Matata gets his second goal of the night, and for the the first time in this semi-final, France, the home nation, lead Egypt by 2-1, and the pressure eventually told, and Thierry Henry will feel justified. He'll say, that's why I didn't make the changes. He'll say, I knew this team had a goal in them. What a ball in by Olise. And then onto the second ball was Mateta to power it home. Downward header from close range, and if there was two goalkeepers, they wouldn't have saved that.
He was not going to miss this one, Conor. And we mentioned the set pieces combination and how good they've been on set pieces through this tournament. Again, it's a short corner you play. Olise with the cross, Sildia, who's great in the air. Just the perfect ball from him towards Mateta. Brace for him, his fourth goal of the tournament. Incredible. Paris born and bred Jean-Philippe Mateta, everyone.
The Paris posse represented in our Five Live commentary team this evening. Great to have Julien Laurent with us. France for the first time lead, and talk about pent-up emotion, talk about a coiled spring. This packed to the rafters crowd in Lyon can suddenly release their songs and their chants and their joy, because it's been nervous as their team has come from behind. It's not over yet. Here is Coquelin down the other end for Egypt. Good defending by Sildelia to block him away. But, you know, there's no holding back the reins now. The 10 men of Egypt have to throw everything at this, because their Olympic dream is coming to an end if they don't score again.
Yeah, and Thierry Henry's reaction is like, come on, guys. We've done all this hard work now to get into the lead. Let's not throw it away. Keep it simple, stay organized, keep the structure of that team tactically, and keep the ball. And if we keep the ball, then the game is ours.
Well, it has been wonderful to be at so many events across these Paris Olympics. Any event that has a French finalist in it has been a whole other level of verve and flair and excitement and noise and colour. And France are hoping that they're going to the men's football final, leading 2-1 in extra time. Here they come again. Sildilia, edge of the penalty area, right-hand side. Back to Aklouche, low into the penalty area. Lacazette with his back to goal. He smuggled it back out to Sildilia again. There are 4 blue shirts waiting in the penalty area. This is Aklouche, about 15 yards outside. Turns and gives it back to the defender, Lukeba, who'd come forward. They've worked a little bit of room into Doué. Doué, who's been dangerous, into the penalty area, stumbled a little bit before he could get the shot away, and Egypt are relieved as they can hammer it away clear, as France continued to ask questions, and Egypt have given it away. And here's a chance for Olise, and this can win it now. But Lacazette is denied by Abdelmajid. That would have been the moment for Alexander Lacazette, for so long shunted by the senior men's French international team, hoping to show the way as captain for the Olympic side, and that would have been a brilliant moment for him in Lyon of all places.
Oh, that would have been amazing. And I think he saw it, he saw the goal, and I think even without the block, the ball goes wide. He didn't hit that well at all, but what a chance.
So the corner comes in, 102 minutes, and it's kept in play by Olise when it comes back out to him on the right-hand side. Another hanging, left foot across, goalkeeper comes. That's good goalkeeping, well held on to, as Hamza Alaa gathers the ball and immediately blasts it upfield. He was trying to pick out Zizou, who's the only Egyptian who'd remained forward for that set piece, but there was enough French cover back there, and France regained possession inside their own half. 2 minutes or so to go until half-time in extra time. Egypt, who had the lead against the French in regulation time, but 2 goals from Jean-Philippe Mateta. And you know, what a year he is having in 2024. We always knew he had the talent. He's showing it now for club and country.
Incredible. What a story, really. If somebody had told him back in February, Conor, that he would finish the season like he did with Crystal Palace, being the best striker in the Premier League for the last 3 months of the domestic season, then go to the Olympic, and then having this incredible impact on this team with his goals in the quarterfinals against Argentina of all people, and now in the semis, to take this team potentially to a final at the Parc des Princes, his home in Paris, his home city. Incredible.
Yeah, there's just a delay because Joris Chota was on the receiving end of a challenge from Bilal Mazir, but Play is back underway, and Zizou has it. Plays to the left-hand side to Coca. This is 20 yards outside the penalty area that France defend. Decent turn by Saber, who's had the best of the Egyptian chances tonight, including scoring their goal. He gives it to the right-hand side, and an attempt to cross by Zayed is blocked down immediately by Doué. Been really impressed with Doué, Julien.
Absolutely, and again, we said earlier, and we have a bit more time now to talk about him, as Thierry Henry makes his second substitution, and maybe strangely, it's Alexandre Lacazette coming off, but just listen to the crowd.
Alexander Lacazette gets a standing ovation in Lyon. He knows every blade of grass. He plays for Lyon. He's scored a lot of goals since leaving Arsenal and going back. Scored the first goal in this stadium. But a player who still bangs in the goals in his post-Arsenal career, brought in as one of the three overage players, and Arnaud Kalimuendo will come on, fresh legs into the French attack to see this through and to see them into the Olympic final.
I mean, what a special occasion it was for Lacazette. We said that he would have loved to score a goal, of course, but to be the captain of a French team there with the number 10, that blue shirt, the anthem in front of his children, his family, in his hometown, in his home city, in his home stadium, forever he will remember this day tonight, and if they make it as well to the final, even better.
Kalimuendo, who is on, he's got the number 9 shirt, he's playing the central attacking position. He's got Olise to his right hand side, and he's got Jean-Philippe Mateta to his left. It is a night that France have certainly been put through the ringer. There will have been some bitten fingernails. 3 minutes being added on for stoppages at the end of the first half of extra time. We'll be wrapping up some news from elsewhere at Paris 2024 during the break, and we'll bring you all of the second half of this game from Lyon as well on 5 Live from the BBC. Frustrations beginning to spill over again for Egypt, and Zizou has been shown yellow. And I tell you what, he's a lucky boy, because as the referee shows him yellow, he's shouting in the face of the Honduran official. I'll tell you, if this was at the Euros, he'd be shown a second yellow and he'd be off.
Absolutely. In the Premier League last season, remember, they were very tough on shouting in the face of referees, so very lucky there to not get a second yellow.
And you know, the Egyptians can't really blame the referee for any of this. He could have awarded France a penalty just before the end of the 90 minutes after a long 6-minute VAR review. He decided, having been brought through the touchline to look at the monitor, it was his decision to say no French penalty, a let-off for Egypt, and then the Egyptians shouting in his face because he's not giving them the decisions later on. Another yellow card has been shown, this time to Zayed, who's just come on. And Mo El Neni, the former Arsenal player, is the one right to the face of the referee. Mateta has fallen to the ground because Abdelmegid ran over and brushed against him. It looked from our initial view a little bit dramatic there by Mateta, trying to get the opponent in trouble. But these are the fiery spirits now of the closing stages of this semi-final.
And it will be tense like that in that second half of extra time as well, Connor, because the Egyptians will have to go for it. That was a rough tackle from Zayed on Olise.
Zayed, who's not been on the field long, he came on as a substitute. He has seen yellow. Zizou has seen yellow. Omar Fayed has already been sent off. Cool heads needed now for Egypt. They still have an opportunity. They're only a goal behind. It is difficult. They're away from home. It's a very partisan crowd. They're down to 10 men. France have a momentum, having come from 1-0 down. But how many times in football do we see late goals changing things? And they have got still the bones of, by the time all the stoppages added on at both ends, the best part of 20 minutes still to play here in Lyon. Egypt have got to keep their cool. This isn't over yet. Free kick to France. Right-hand side, closing seconds of the first half of extra time. 5 Live from the BBC. Olise plays it in. Strong header down by Hossam Abdelmegid. France have it back near the halfway line, and in fact it's turned and played all the way back to the young goalkeeper Guillaume Rest, and he raises his right hand as a signal. I tell you, he's good with his feet, isn't he? His distribution is excellent, the 19-year-old. And that's the classic curse of the commentator, because he's just booted it out for a throw-in. But in the main, he's very good.
He's got everything, and only 19 years old, already 2 full seasons at a first-team level with Toulouse, winning the French Cup, playing in Europe, in the Europa League against the likes of Liverpool, for example. The sky is the limit for him. He's the best goalkeeper in his age group by far.
Half chance for Egypt, but Zizou can't control it just outside the penalty area. And Lukeba comes across, it clears away. Oh, France haven't fully cleared. It's come back again to Zizou, taken down on the edge of the penalty area. Challenged by Bade. It's well outside the box, but it is going to be a yellow card. It's Lukeba Lukeba gets the yellow card for taking down Zizou, and France only have themselves to blame here. That should have been cleared away. It was a weak clearance. Egypt attacked the penalty area, and Zizou has won a free kick within shooting range. This is just the sort of opportunity that the 10 men of Egypt were hoping for.
And we've seen this before from Lukeba. This time it's Sildia. Just losing concentration a little bit, maybe take your eye off the ball, taking a little bit too easy. This is a bad mistake at this level. I know the players are tired, they've played 108 minutes, 9th minute now, more than that even, but this is not acceptable at this level, and now that gives a really good free kick for Egypt.
If you were to offer Egypt any spot on the pitch, say, where do you want a free kick, where do you want to place it, they would choose here. It's just a few paces outside the penalty area. There's enough room to get it up and over the wall and back down again. Shotar is taking no chances. He's lying down as the draft excluder. This is a big moment in the semi-final. Egypt, who've had so few chances. Zizou bends it and puts it wide. Keeper probably had it covered anyway. Rest was across like a flash to dive to his left. There was spin, there was curl, but not enough, and that may be a big chance gone for Egypt as we approach half-time. And in fact, there is the whistle for the break. Half-time in extra time in Lyon, and France are leading Egypt by 2-1. Quick word from Julien Laurent.
Oh, what a first half of extra time corner. That goal from Mateta, the second one, the way they worked out that corner, playing short, then Olise at the far post for Sildia, and then the little layup for Mateta. Brilliant goal.
Thanks, Julien. Second half of extra time to come. Earlier on this evening, Keely Hutchinson produced a perfect performance in Paris to win Olympic gold in the 800 metres and to end her wait for a first global title. Whilst that was happening, at the other end of the Stade de France, Swedish pole vaulting supremo Armand Mondo Duplantis broke another world record as he retained his pole vault Olympic gold. And after, he spoke to Sarah Mulkerrans.
Mondo, congratulations. Olympic champion again, but a world record in the final. How satisfying was it to do that?
Can't even explain it, really. I mean, it's I did everything. I mean, I did the thing. I broke the world record in the Olympic final. I mean, that's the craziest thing ever. I mean, it's probably my biggest dream ever since I was a little kid jumping in my parents' backyard. I've felt like I've visualized this moment for 20 years now. What do you say? You know, yeah. How do you even describe this kind of thing? It's so ridiculous. It's so unbelievable. It's just like, what the heck?
I'm sure it'll take quite some time. So finally, what were the final words you said to yourself for that last attempt then?
Yeah, I tried to keep it as simple as I possibly could, because I didn't like my first two jumps that much at the world record, but I knew that it had it in me. I think I let kind of just everything around get me a little bit off balance and everything, and I just tried to channel the energy from the crowd as much as I can and just go do the best pole vault jump that I could possibly do and let the adrenaline kind of help me, not take over me. And I nailed it. I nailed it. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks. Cheers.
Sarah Mulkerrans with Armando Duplantis. More reaction on the BBC Sport website and, of course, later on here on 5 Live. It is approaching 11:30 p.m. Paris time, approaching 10:30 in the UK, and 5 Live listeners tuning in can expect Gordon Smart to follow once we've reached the conclusion of the football here in Lyon, because, Julien Laurent, it has gone to extra time, and France lead. It could be just 15 minutes away from the Olympic final.
The first one since 1984 in Los Angeles. Connor, 40 years that they've been waiting for it. There was some sort of destiny in this, and that's certainly the way Thierry Henry saw it before the start of the tournament. So to be so close now, to be in control of this game, Egypt down to 10 men, France by far the best team for the last, since half-time really, even in that second half, even in extra time. Now they've got the lead, they just can see this game out. No mistake made, not like we saw with Sildia a few minutes ago. They will have more chances. Give the ball to Doué, give the ball to Olise. Mateta will be a threat in the box as well. and let's just see the game out.
Yes, France are hoping to win Olympic gold in the men's football for the first time since 1984, but Spain will feel that there's a thing for them, and I'll tell you in a moment, because Olise is coming forward to France into the D of the penalty area. Doué's in the box, good feet to shuffle it away, got an angle to shoot, but it's collided into a defender, and you've got to credit the Egyptians so often tonight. They've been able to get bodies between French shots on the target, and they've really helped out their goalkeeper by doing that. But I was going to say about the Spanish, the last time that a team won the European Championship and Olympic gold in the same year was France.
That's right.
In 1984, and of course that's what Spain are hoping to do, having already won in Germany. They hope to win in France to get Olympic gold. But as things stand at the moment, and it could change here, but as things stand, it would be France against Spain in the Parc des Princes on Friday, isn't it, that the final takes place?
The Parc des Princes, where the final of this Euro 1984 was played between France and Spain 40 years ago, and Michel Platini scoring that quite lucky free kick to make it 1-1, and Arconada making a mistake. So a lot of narratives and little stories within if the French were to meet Spain again. And like you said, not that long ago, the A teams faced each other in Germany at the Euro.
France 2, 10-man Egypt 1, 107 minutes played, and Egypt just hoping that they will get one big opportunity here that could bring this to a penalty shootout. They won their quarter-final on penalties against Paraguay. There will be one more game to go for the loser of this game. There is a bronze medal match, so it'll be, as things stand, Egypt against Morocco in Nantes on Thursday. A lot of sports at the Olympics don't have bronze games. If you lose a semi-final, both losing semi-finalists get a bronze medal. I know that certainly happens in the boxing, but in the football there is a bronze match. Doué into the penalty area again, lost his footing, chances there, that's it! Michael Olise scores for France, low shot from inside the penalty area, and he sets off with his arms outstretched to celebrate in front of the crowd. Michael Olise, who's hoping to be, a big new generation star in France. He's got his move to Bayern Munich. He scored the goal that surely puts Thierry Henry's team into the Olympic final. France 3, Egypt 1.
Oh, what a talent, what a star, Connor. That finish, remember earlier there was the 1-2 with Lacazette, and he didn't hit that ball well. This time he hits it perfectly with the inside of his foot, with pace. He curls it. There's nothing that the goalkeeper can do. And now surely, with an extra man on the pitch as well for the French, the game is over. And Olise deserves it, because he's been brilliant tonight with a goal and an assist, and a second assist on the second goal, but also through the whole tournament. He's carried this team.
Yeah, that's his second goal of these Olympics. Michael Olise, who'll be joining up with Vincent Kompany at Bayern Munich, with Harry Kane as well, in Lyon tonight, has scored the goal that surely breaks Egyptian hearts. They are 3-1 down. They are down to 10 men. Their Olympic dream is crumbling here. They've made it to the semi-final. They have taken on a buoyant now host nation, and I think Thierry Henry will be very pleased that his side are ending this semi-final better than they started. They've improved as the game has gone on.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a story of this tournament for them, Connor, because they usually, against Argentina in the quarterfinal, they started well and then they defended well, but usually in those games they didn't have good first halves, but they got much better in the second half as the game went on, and it felt quite the same today. Yet they conceded a goal and they went behind against the run of play, but their second half was good. And then in extra time, even at 11 men against 10, they've been really good collectively, individually. Some moment of brilliance from Olise. We said Mateta, great finish for the first goal especially. Collectively they've been really good, really well organised, and they deserve this win.
No surprise that Désiré Doué was involved in setting up the goal. Not the most orthodox assist. He's run across it, hits a defender, hits his back on the ground, but it rolled perfectly into the path of Michael Olise. The Egyptians make a late change here, but they are in big trouble with time running out. 10 minutes to go in the second half of extra time. 5 live from the BBC. And France leading Egypt by 3-1. France, who did trail 1-0 earlier on tonight. Double change with Saad and Hamdi coming on, and Shahata and Zizou making way for Egypt. The Egyptians who've given this everything tonight. Most of their squad play in the domestic Egyptian league, and with so many of their elite players playing at the bigger leagues across Europe, it's always going to be difficult for this under-23 team, even with the likes of Mo El Neni brought in as one of the overage players, to reach a semi-final and still be in with a chance of a bronze on Thursday. But right here and right now, that's not how they'll see it. They'll see this as a semi that they were leading in, and now they trail 3-1 with 10 men.
Yeah, it's a missed opportunity for them, because when they were in that position with 10 minutes to go, Connor, really, and yet they were on the back foot, they were under pressure, but they were still leading. And that changed so quickly. That first goal from Mateta, then the red card, then the second goal, third goal, etc. I think from the French point of view, the character that they showed, they'd never panicked. And we talked about Thierry Henry's decision in terms of substitutions and in-game management, the fact that he didn't make many changes. It was proven right, to be fair, because Mateta was great. Olise, to keep him on the pitch, was great. Doué coming on has been outstanding. And again, this is him attacking now to go for a fourth.
Here they go. France looking to turn the screw. Doué to the D, and he commits a foul. He tried to turn infield to the defender, and he dragged him down. And the free kick was given to Egypt, and they've no time to waste. And they immediately come scurrying forward. Mazir over the halfway line. This is Atif, one of the substitutes who came on. Egypt have got to throw the kitchen sink at it now, as Ziyad, one of the players who picked up a yellow card for complaining, gives it back to Atif on the right hand side, pulled onto his left boot, plays it back to El Neni, 10 yards outside the penalty area. Egypt playing with a player less, trying to stretch the field a little bit, trying to unsettle the French defenders. Well judged by Adrien Truffert, though, as he clears the ball away. And now a counter-attacking location for France, and Egypt are looking tired now with just over 7 minutes to go.
And that's exactly what the French have to do. Keep the ball when you recover like this. Take your time. Yes, sometimes you might try to go like we saw Doué earlier, and the problem with Doué, as you just saw and described, Connor, there's sometimes the extra touch. He tried to do an extra piece of skill when he should simplify his game a little bit sometimes. But he's a young player, he's 19, he will learn because the talent is there. But yeah, for the French to control the ball, control the rhythm of the game, especially now. Don't get a crazy end of the game, like end-to-end stuff. Just control the ball, keep the ball, no mistakes. And there's 8 minutes to go, this will do.
That's the voice of Julien Laurent watching this game with us here on 5 Live. France 3. Egypt 1 from Lyon, the Egyptians who've had a player sent off. It's a game that's had it all. You know, the global audience will be tuning in, as they do for any high-profile Olympic moment. They've seen it all. They've seen penalty appeals. They've seen video-assistant referee dragging things out. They've seen red cards issued. They've seen 4 goals, 3 of them for France, as Mateta, Olise, and have really been able to put their stamp on things, as Doué comes forward here, and he nearly broke into the penalty area again, and he was just held up short, and that was unfortunate, as the referee holds him up. They were both pulling each other's shirts there. Both of them really could have been penalised. The referee has given the free kick to France.
And it's another opportunity to take it easy. Don't have to play quickly, play short. Doué will keep the ball. Shota is there, Truffert is a bit behind. Doué can hold on the ball very easily. That's exactly what he does. Gets another foul. This is the idea. You've got a 2-goal cushion. There's no need to do anything silly, really.
For you, Julien, is Doué ready to take the next step now to move up a further gear in his career?
Yeah, definitely. So the clubs right now who are talking to Rennes and negotiating, Chelsea we mentioned, PSG and Bayern Munich are really the three biggest ones, or the most serious one, if you want. Can he start in all those 3? I'm not so sure, but he's ready certainly for that kind of experience, and will be, if he gets some game time. He's an outstanding player. He needs to mature a bit in his head, simplify his game like we said earlier. But yeah, I think he's earned the big move. Maybe not as a starter straight away, because I don't think he's ready for that, but he will learn very, very quickly and can establish himself in any of those teams very quickly.
France are running down the clock. Joris Chota headed off for the corner flag, trying to shield the ball from his opponents. He's won a free kick for his trouble. Doué comes out with them. They're trying to get back into that corner area once again, as the Egyptians battle away, trying to get it back. And the temper spilled over a little bit there from Mo El Neni. I think he's lucky. He's running away, El Neni, because he seemed to move his knee up into the body of Doué there. And Thierry Henry spotted it, and he's having a word with the 4th official. That was naughty from El Neni.
Yeah, he said this is not the first time. He said you could read on his lips. I mean, Thierry, I know him so well. He will be tense, but he knows this is it. This is it now.
The extra man advantage, the 2-goal cushion. France is strolling their way towards the final. They're still being cautious at times, as Aklouche heads off towards the corner flag again, and the clock continues to tick down, and there's just 4 minutes to go. Egypt look down and out. They have had to work so hard in terms of energy in defence. There have been countless times when France were hitting the woodwork and getting in behind the defence and lumping balls into the box, and it is all sapped away at the Egyptian energy. France 3, Egypt 1 of the closing stages of the men's football semi-final, with Spain awaiting in the Olympic final on Friday. France regained possession again in the midfield, played out to the right-hand side where Kylian Sildilia will come forward. Michael Olise now, just outside the penalty area. He still looks fresh, still bouncing up on his toes when he gets the ball at his feet. Olise plays it back to the halfway line again, and France are just suffocating Egypt here. They're not allowing their opponents a touch of the ball. It's back with Loukeba. He plays it to his right-hand side. Egyptians are exhausted. France holding possession in the central third. Olise gets to turn, has a little look to see if anyone wants to make a run for him. Al-Klouch says, I'll try it, and then a snapshot across the face of goal and wide.
It's just a shame because this is on his right foot, and his right foot is not good, Connor. Your right foot is probably better than Al-Klouch's right foot, but his left foot is better than yours, that's for sure. But that was on his wrong foot. But what a game for Al-Klouch. He's run. His work ethic is outstanding for such a young player.
All right, France are going to make late changes here. This is all part of running down the clock, but it also affords a standing ovation for one of the standout performances tonight, Jean-Philippe Mateta, another man whose reputation is growing all the time. 13 goals in his last 13 games in the Premier League this past season for Crystal Palace. And he takes the acclaim of the crowd as Cherki comes on to replace him for the closing seconds, really.
Yeah, Ryan Cherki, as we mentioned, from Lyon. This is his hometown. Would have loved to come on a bit earlier than that, obviously not in this context. And Magassa coming on for Al-Klouch, as we said, must have run like something close to 15 kilometers, surely. But for Mateta, one of surely the greatest night of his life. The quarterfinal was great. It was 1 goal against Argentina, but tonight to score those 2 goals after being behind, outstanding.
Well, Thierry Henry, who needs no introduction for his playing career, hoping to continue his growing managerial CV, and having been involved with some youth teams at Arsenal in the past, he worked under Roberto Martinez, the Belgian national team. He's on the verge of bringing France to an Olympic final. Olise can seal it here, but his right-footed shot is agonisingly wide. How close to a French fourth?
Oh, so good. I thought he would come inside onto his left foot because obviously, but there was a defender waiting for him there. So he goes outside onto his right and a bit for, like the same for Al-Klouch. It's just wide, but obviously his right foot is not as good as his left foot, but still brilliant from Olise, who again, I know we've said it already, but has been outstanding tonight, especially from half-time.
So we're just saying about Thierry Henry, who did have a spell with Monaco, had a spell in North America, Montreal, went back to the Belgian national team in the last World Cup, but now with the French underage sides, as Egypt do get an attempted header on target, Mazir not troubling Guillaume Rest, the French goalkeeper, who couldn't do much about the goal Egypt did score earlier in the game, but when called upon otherwise, he's had saves there. For Thierry Henry, this means an awful lot. You know, get to that final, win gold, and people are going to look at him for those more senior international jobs.
Absolutely, Connor. I mean, he needed something like this. I mean, he wants to go back to club level, of course he does. He's far too young to be a national team head coach. That's understandable, but he knew that something like this would put the spotlight on him. The press conferences, if there's good results, the way the team is playing, the style, what the players are saying, saying about him too, his man management, how he's on the training pitch, all of that. He knew how important that was, and if he wins gold, I mean, even if they lose the final now, it would have been a success. So he will stay until the under-21 Euros next summer with this generation. And after that, I'm sure there will be big offers for him. And to qualify for this final in Paris, for him, again, the Paris-born and bred kid who used to go to the Parc des Princes to watch PSG as a kid, to now bring this team with a chance of a medal, it would be fantastic.
Brilliant. He's hopping up and down on the sideline, Thierry Henry. He knows his team are within reaching distance of the Olympic final. It's going to be at least a silver for Thierry Henry's France. We are into stoppage time at the end of 120 minutes. The French crowd have been singing the Marseillaise. And there is such national pride, there is such joy when any French team gets to a medal match, and the men's footballers are going to be going to the medal match of the football. There's a bit of swagger being displayed here in the closing stages, and none more so than Michael Olise, who's been one of the stars of the show. He gets on the end of a 1-2. He's into the penalty area. Can he give us the big finish? Olise, unselfish, tries to tee it up for a teammate, and there's too many defenders surely there. I thought Olise was going to take that on himself.
He wanted to give it to Cherki to get maybe Ryan Cherki a goal in his own stadium. It was just a little bit too hard, that pass, but great 1-2 between the two, and what a player Michael Olise is.
Cherki just couldn't get it out between his feet. Too many defenders between him and the target. Frankly, France don't need that fourth goal. They are just over a minute away from success in this semi-final. Earlier on today, Spain beating Morocco, having to come from behind to do so. The Moroccans, who had huge support in Marseille. I mean, that was every bit as loud in support of them as it is for France in Lyon, because of the huge diaspora and population of Moroccan people who live in Marseille and their surrounding areas. But the Moroccans, who had the lead against the Spanish, ended up on the losing side there, and it's set to be Spain against France for the Olympic gold medal on Friday at Parc des Princes in Paris. The seconds ticking away down. The 2 goals from Mateta, the well-taken third by Olise. It was Mahmoud Sauber who had scored the goal that had given a giddy edge to Egypt early in the match when they thought that they were about to pull off an upset. Their work rate is to be admired, but ultimately discipline as much as anything else has played the part for Egypt, because it was an unnecessary red card for Omar Fayed. His first yellow was for shouting at the referee, and really that was, from that point on, they didn't seem to be a way back into this for Egypt. 11 each, so difficult. 11 against 10, virtually impossible.
Yeah, they were already second best with 11 men, and for him to get that second yellow at the start of extra time too, on a tackle that, yeah, maybe he needs to make. I'm not even sure, because there was still a lot of defender behind. Yeah, Doué would have crossed the ball, but they were not in a bad position.
Referee blows his whistle, and it is the final whistle. And Gaël Clichy grabs the head of Jean-Philippe Mateta and embraces and engulfs him in a huge hug. Thierry Henry looks to familiar faces in the crowd, and he wants a hug of his own, because Henry's mission is accomplished. He's brought the French team to the final. It's success in Lyon. France have beaten Egypt, and here is a very, very happy Julien Laurent.
Incredible, Connor. What a win for them. The way they went to get it, getting behind, and then coming back. 83rd minute Mateta, then in extra time Mateta again before Michael Olise, who'd been the star of that game, finished the job. But a team with a lot of character, with a lot of talent, and in Thierry Henry they've got a good head coach. Now he's down to one game.
It's going to be a box office final, Juliette. I mean, right. France against Spain. Spain, who've got some players in their squad who were in the successful Euro squad in the summer. Yeah. France, of course, with the home advantage, and that could help them so much.
I think it will help them. 48,000 people at the Parc des Princes supporting that team. Yes, the Spanish might be favourite because they're the holders to start with. You're right, there's a few players like Fermin Lopez, for example, who was at the Euros already. But this French team, I think, defied the odds against Argentina. Again today, when maybe we thought, okay, this is not their day, they missed chances, they were not at their best, they found a way of coming back. Thierry has been saying since the start of the tournament, they're crazy. This team is a crazy team, and I think they've showed why again tonight.
Well, these celebrations continue down on the pitch and in the stands. These celebrations that come with winning a semi-final and everyone realising how close to an Olympic gold medal they may all be now. This French side, which didn't appear to have packed its collective shooting boots in the early stages, but they have scored 3 over the course of 120 minutes. At Thierry Henry, one of the famous names of French football, one of the greatest to grace a pair of football boots in French colours, has now in a managerial capacity brought his team to the Olympic gold medal match. He sportingly has come across to consolidate with the beaten Egyptian coach Rogero Micare, but France are through. They have beaten Egypt by 3-1, and that is now day 10 wrapped up from the Paris Olympic Games 2024. What a night it has been, not just here in Lyon, but back in Paris. Keely Hodgkinson producing a perfect performance to win Olympic gold in the 800 metres and to end what has been a wait for her for a first global title. At the other side of Paris, at the other side of the stadium, at the Stade de France, the Swedish pole vaulting supremo Armand Mundo Duplantis broke another world record as he retained his Olympic gold. It was a golden evening for Team GB in the velodrome. Emma Finucane, Sophie Capewell and Katie Marchand winning the women's team sprint gold, setting a new world record in the process. It was the third time in the session that they had done so. 45.186 was the special time for them to beat New Zealand. Elsewhere, Dina Asher-Smith, Darrell Netted through to the women's 200-metre final. Noah Lyles has breezed through his men's 200-metre heat. And other Great Britain medals today, Joe Clark with silver and Kimberly Woods with bronze in kayak cross. Another bronze in the triathlon mixed for team relay on a very impressive day overall for Team GB. Not such good news for the women's hockey team. They were beaten by the Netherlands in the quarterfinal, and away from the Brits, Simone Biles won silver in the floor final. If you want to watch the very best of all today's highlights, Mark Chapman will be rounding up on BBC One right now. The 5 Live Olympic coverage is back tomorrow from 10 o'clock with Naga Muchetti. But next up here on 5 Live tonight, amidst the scenes of celebration in Lyon as Thierry Henry takes the acclaim of the crowd, here is Gordon Smart.